hurmatli mehmonlar, sizlarni Uzbekiston 2030 strategiyasiga muvofiq davlat-xususiy sheriklik dasturini amalga oshirish masalalariga bag'ishlangan davra suhbatida ko'rishdan benihoya mamnunmiz. Bugun bizni bu yerga yig'ilishimizdan maqsadimiz bir. O'zbekistonning kelajakka bo'lgan qarashlarini amalga oshirish uchun hamkorlik, innovatsiyalar va barqaror rivojlanish imkoniyatlarini o'rganish. Bugungi davra suhbati bizga O'zbekiston 2030 strategiyasiga muvofiq davlat-xususiy sheriklik loyihalarini amalga oshirishning amaliy jihatlarini o'rganish uchun platformani taqdim etadi. Biz sizlar bilan produktiv muloqotlar, taqdimotlar va ilg'or tajribalar almashish orqali davlat tashkilotlari, tadbirkorlik va xalqaro hamkorlar o'rtasida samarali hamkorlik yo'llarini aniqlashni maqsad qilganmiz.
Ladies and gentlemen and its esteemed guests, a very good morning to all of you. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this roundtable on the implementation of the Public-Private Partnerships Program according to the Uzbekistan 2030 strategy. Today we gather here with a shared purpose to explore avenues for collaboration, innovation and sustainable development as we work towards realizing Uzbekistan's vision for the future. Today's roundtable provides us with a platform to dwell into practical aspects of implementing PPP projects in line with the Uzbekistan 2030 strategy. Through engaging discussions, insightful presentations, and knowledge sharing, we aim to identify best practices, address challenges and impediments, and pave the way for effective collaboration between government entities, private sector, and the international partners.
Kun tartibidagi masalalarga o'tishdan avval sahnaga O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidentining iqtisodiy rivojlanish masalalari bo'yicha maslahatchisi Ravshan Ayupovich Gulyamovni kirish so'zi bilan chiqishga taklif qilamiz. Marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli Shlober xonim, hurmatli mehmonlar, xonimlar va janoblar. Sizni shu davrada ko'rgandan nihoyatda xursandman. Bugun O'zbekistonda nisbatan qisqa muddatda hali o'sha davlat-xususiy sherikchilik loyihalariga bag'ishlangan ikkinchi davra suhbatini o'tkazmoqdamiz. Ushbu tadbirda qatnashayotgan 200 dan ziyod hamkasbalar va tashkilotchilik ko'rsatish yordamini qilgan xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasiga o'zim minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchiman. Xabaringiz bor, O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti Shavkat Mirziyoyev rahbarligida O'zbekistonda katta islohotlar va modernizatsiya dasturlari amalga oshirilmoqda. Prezidentimiz qabul qilgan O'zbekiston 2030 strategiyasida muvofiq biz keyingi 6 yilda 72 mahsulotni 160 milliard dollarga yetkazish, jon boshiga 72 mahsulotni 4000 dollardan ziyod ko'tarish bo'yicha va shu orqali o'rta yuqori daromadli mamlakatlar qatoriga qo'shishga maqsad qilganmiz. Bunday o'sishni albatta rag'batlantirish uchun bozor islohotlari, xususiy sektor faol ishtiroki va qo'shimcha investitsiyalar talab etadi. Shuning uchun Prezidentimiz 30-yilga qadar 30 milliard dollar davlat xususiy sherikchilik loyihalari amalga oshirish vazifasini belgilab berganlar. Bu borada infratuzilmani modernizatsiya qilish, bu yo'nalishda davlat xususiy sherikchilik mexanizmlari orqali xususiy sektor investitsiyalarini jalb qilish ustuvor yo'nalishlardan biridir. Endi raqamlarga nazar qiladigan bo'lsak, o'sha davlat xususiy sherikchilik yo'nalishi bo'yicha atigi 5 yil avval boshlangan bo'lsa, bugungi kunda O'zbekistonda umumiy qiymati 17 milliard dollarlik 1000 dan ziyod DXSH loyihalari amalga oshirilayotganda albatta biz faxrlanamiz. Ushbu muvaffaqiyat dasturni ilgari surishda hukumat bilan tinimsiz ishlayotgan qadrli hamkorlarimiz bu Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi, Osiyo taraqqiyot banki, Yevropa tiklanish va taraqqiyot bankini mashaqqatli mehnat va qo'llab-quvvatlashi natijasidir. Ayniqsa elektr energiya ishlab chiqarish, quvvatini oshirish, qayta tiklanadigan energiya manbalarini o'tish jarayonida davlat xususiy sherikchilik eng katta hissa qo'shayotganini ham ta'kidlash lozim. Mana bu yerda men bugun bu yerda qatnashayotgan O'zbekiston energetika sohasiga sarmoya kiritishda faol ishlayotgan Aqua Power, Mazdar, EDF, Voltale kompaniyalarini ko'p yillik hamkorlarimizni ko'rmoqda bor. Kommunal sohasi, xususan markazlashtirilgan issiqlik ta'minoti tizimi, suv ta'minoti va kanalizatsiya sohasi O'zbekiston infratuzilmasining muhim investitsiya obyekti bo'lib qolmoqda. Masalan, Viole kompaniyasi Toshkentda 1,4 milliard yevrolik markazlashtirilgan issiqlik ta'minoti tizimini loyihasini amalga oshirmoqda. Men Viole kompaniyasining Markaziy va Sharqiy Yevropadagi bosh direktori Filip Gitarni ham ishtiroki uchun minnatdorman. Metita kompaniyasi Namangonda masalan oqova suvlarni tozalash loyihasida moliyaviy yopishga jarayonda bo'lib, Farg'ona viloyatining irrigatsiya nasos stansiyalarini modernizatsiya qilish bo'yicha boshqa loyihalarga ham e'tibor qaratmoqda. Suez kompaniyasi Surxondaryoda va boshqa viloyatlarda ham suv ta'minotini yaxshilash bo'yicha muhim loyihalarda qatnashmoqda. Sog'liqni saqlash sohasida esa butun mamlakat bo'ylab faoliyat yuritayotgan muhim dializ markazlari mavjud. Va ularda mazkur markazlar Nefroplus xususiy investor tomonidan qurilgan va boshqarib kelinmoqda hozirgi kunda. Bugungi kunda Sog'liqni saqlash vazirligi, Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi, Osiyo taraqqiyot banki va xususiy tashabbuskorlar bilan birgalikda davlat-xususiy doirasida, sherikchilik doirasida xalqaro darajada muhim, yangi ko'p tarmoqli shifoxonalar, shuningdek nurli terapiya markazlarini tashkil etish borasida ishlamoqda. Bir necha yil ichida maktablar O'zbekistondagi muvaffaqiyatli DXJ tajribasiga deb qo'shiladi deb o'ylayman. Biz hurmatli mehmonlar, albatta har bir jarayon oson o'tmaydi. Muvaffaqiyatimiz va rejalarimiz haqida gapirganda, so'nggi 5 yil ichida bosib o'tgan yo'limiz davomida olingan saboqlar ham e'tiborga qaratish lozim. Shuning uchun bugun barchangiz panel muhokamalarda, ikki tomonlama suhbatlarda ochiq va erkin bo'lishingizni so'rab qolaman. Biz o'zimiz bir misol keltiradigan bo'lsak, shu o'zimiz olgan bir saboq bu davlat-xususiy sherikchilik loyihalarida ishlab chiqish va xaridlarni amalga oshirish ko'p vaqtni talab etmoqda. Loyihalarni ishlab chiqishdan boshlab o'sha DXJ bitimiga imzolashga bo'lgan jarayon ko'pincha 3-4 yil vaqt talab etganda ham holatlarning guvohida bo'lyapmiz. Buni yechimidan biri, masalan, bu xususiy tashabbus yo'nalishi. Ishoramizki, xususiy sektor loyiha tayyorlashda faol ishtirok etish, loyihalarni tayyorlash tezligini va samaradorligini oshiradi. Yechimlardan biri bo'lsa, shu bilan birga, bu o'sha xususiy tashabbuskor Swiss Challenge jarayoniga amal qilsa, mazkur jarayon boshqa ishtirokchilar uchun ochiqligi va adolatligi ta'minlanadi. Umid qilaman, bizning asosiy hamkorlarimiz bo'lgan xalqaro moliya institutlari bunday loyihalarni moliyalashtirishni qo'llab-quvvatlaydi. Endi xalqaro moliya institutlari hamkorlaringizdan bilan 2030-yilda shakllantiriladigan istiqbolli loyihalarni tayyorlash va ularni amalga oshirish bo'yicha xaritalar tuzishni boshladik hozirgi kunda. Va bugun o'sha bugungi anjumanda qatnashayotgan vazirlik va idora vakillari har bir soha bo'yicha o'z rejalarini taqdimot qilishadi. Sizdan ushbu taqdimotlar bilan tanishib chiqishingizni va biz uchun muhim bo'lgan fikr mulohazalarni taqdim etishingizni albatta so'raymiz. Va shu bilan birga bugun bizdan birga bo'lganingiz uchun barchangizga minnatdorchilik, ishda muvaffaqiyat va kuningiz maroqli o'tishini tilab qolaman. Rahmat.
Thank you, Mr. Gulyamov, for your inspiring words. Sir, may I request you to kindly join us on the panel here? Right, thank you. So it's my pleasure now to invite the other esteemed panelists to the dais, and we will start with the discussions. I would now like to invite Ms. Vibke Schlimmer from IFC. She's the Director for Turkey and Central Asia. Please go. Mr. Philip Gittard, Chairman and CEO of Veolia Central Asia and Eastern Europe. Mr. Michael Opagi, IFC Regional Manager, PPP Transaction Advisory Services. Mr. Marco Mantovani, World Bank Country Manager for Uzbekistan. Ms. Stephanie Gill, Energy Practice Manager for Europe and Central Asia. Ms. Zojan Hergitai, EBRD Managing Director for Central Asia. Ms. Kanakpen Lau Araya, ADB Uzbekistan Resident Mission, Country Director. Thank you, everyone. And now I would request Ms. Vipke Sharma to kindly come here and then let us know her views on the agenda today. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A really warm welcome also from my side on behalf of IFC to this PPP roundtable. I will say, seeing such a full room, I'm very impressed, and I think it speaks for the importance of PPPs in Uzbekistan, and I really want to thank you all for coming. Let me perhaps step back and think about what are PPPs really about. In essence, it's about bringing public objectives and private efficiency together. And through PPPs, we can build roads that connect communities, hospitals that save lives, and schools that empower the next generation. So if we think of this, it is really worth all the commitment and effort that we are putting into bringing PPPs together. And we see that we foster entrepreneurship and create jobs. So we as IFC, we really welcome the government of Uzbekistan and the commitment that they have shown already to PPPs. I also really want to thank Mr. Gulyamov and the entire government team, not only for helping bring this roundtable together, but again for their commitment and for their focus and strategy on PPPs, especially when we think about the 2030 strategy. I've actually had the privilege to be involved from the very beginning since 2018 in the PPPs, and will say that in a very short time, this is not a long time if we think about PPPs, 5-6 years. In this short time, the government has implemented many projects already. Mr. Gulyamov, you were just mentioning this very impressive track record that has already been built. And I will say that we see, working globally in emerging markets, that Uzbekistan has been put on the map as a very substantial PPP country, PPP player. And again, as IFC, I think we've been privileged to be involved as a leading transaction advisor and investor. I think we've been instrumental actually in supporting some of the what we call first of its kind. And we are really committed to continuing this partnership and continuing to make a lot of the projects happen. I think many of the people that we need are, I think, here today on the stage, and all of you in the room. I think my colleague Mike will soon speak a bit more to some of the work on our end that has already happened. What I observe is that I think so far a lot of projects are in energy generation, in health, and in the education sector. And there's still a lot that needs to be done. We want to continue this. But what I would really like to see is that we expand this, and we expand it into new sectors such as irrigation, such as power transmission and distribution, communal services, and many more. And from what I've seen, I think there is a lot of expertise actually in this room that can cover the very broad range of sectors that lend themselves to PPPs. I think almost needless to say, but I do want to say we're ready. As IFC, we stand ready to continue that support with all of the partners. And this roundtable is a very important step, I think, in defining the future of PPPs. I will also say there's still a lot that needs to be done, but that also can be done, because I think it's thanks to the shared expertise, it's thanks to all of you coming today, that we believe we can make this happen. PPPs are not easy. I also want to, I think, say this. It's good to recognize this. I was chatting earlier with someone and I said, we don't do the easy things, you know. This is this is usually already done, but I think we are here to take up that challenge, and they require time and commitment from the public sector, from the government, and the support from all of the stakeholders. But again, that is why it's so great that we have all of you here today. And I think together, the commitment is there to make it happen. Thank you so much. Again, a warm welcome, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Vipke, for your views. And now we would hear from Mr. Philip Gittard.
Merci. It doesn't work. This one is working. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. J'aimerais bien continuer en français, mais I think I should switch in English. If not, no one will follow me. Which is a pity, by the way, because the French was once time ago. Sorry. I'm very proud and honored to be invited today on a very successful PPP conference. You are so many that I didn't expect that. And I would like to thank the Uzbek government. I would like to thank the authorities, especially the minister which is in charge, Mr. Kushkarov, who dare, if there is one word to associate with PPP, it's to dare. The United Nations say that without the PPP, none of the goals for 2030 will achieved. The Uzbek government and Mr. Kushkarov took it into account in 2019 with a wonderful PPP law. We had the French ambassador called Talleyrand who say, when I'm checking myself, I'm scared. When I benchmark, I feel better. Uzbekistan should be proud of the PPP law that you set up in 2019. And Veolia, which I represent today on utility and on a heating network, is an example of this 2019 law. We start with difficulty, with courage, daring, from the public authority, from the city of Tashkent, which I thanks also, and for the private sector Veolia, who dare to start in Tashkent. What happened in the last 2 years? Difficult time, happy time, and success. If I start on a technical matter, I will lose everyone like with my French language. So I will give you two numbers. Do you know what is the volume on a swimming international pool? 2,500 cubic meters. We changed this summer in Tashkent 66 kilometers of big files, fouls of more than 1 meter diameters. And with this, we economize per hour 2 international swimming pools, 5,000 cubic meters of hot water. You can speak all the day about the efficiency. I'm just telling you that without the association of the city of Tashkent, the government, and the high expertise of a private partner, this will never be achieved. A lot has to be done. A lot will be due. But when you dare, when you have the political support, when you have the vision, everything is possible. And if I give a personal word, the best on these 2 years was to see that you can cross expertise, culture, professionalism, and today I'm proud to tell you that in the Veolia team, the Uzbek representative, sharing with the German, the French, the Czech, the Hungarian, the Romanian, the Bulgarian, the Greek, and so on and so forth, are making a team which is becoming one of the best in the world. Thank you for your attention. Rahmat.
Thank you, Philip. Now, given that it's a long walk, here till the podium. I would request people to not talk from their seats as well. And I would now request Mr. Michael Opaji to share his views. Thank you. Mike, you can talk from there. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you very much. So it's my pleasure to represent our IFC Transaction Advisory Team that has been involved with the government of Uzbekistan since 2018 when the PPP program started. The government of Uzbekistan has continued to show a lot of commitment and to embrace PPPs as one of the tools that was instrumental in the development of its infrastructure program. The Transaction Advisory Team has been there from the beginning, starting with the first round on renewable energies, as well as moving on to social infrastructure, starting with health, and subsequently to manufacturing sectors and education as well. It is worth noting that a number of projects that we were involved in have won a lot of accolades and awards globally, a recognition of what it takes for a committed government to put together a program that actually delivers. And besides the renewable sector, where we won a number of awards, including last week for Solidarity Project, which was the first in the region, I just wanted to focus on one on social infrastructure and the health dialysis project, which was a notable one for the region. And I would like to quote, and this was the first healthcare PPP project given by the IJ Global for ESG social infrastructure, in which one judge said and lauded it for being truly innovative and delivering real life-saving impacts. The impact that it created in the country was quite notable. And then the second judge did point out that Uzbekistan's first international healthcare PPP responded to the needs of patients and especially reaching out to the rural areas where it was much needed. So social infrastructure is one of the areas where PPPs can actually deliver and deliver impact for the vulnerable, which is an area where development financial institutions like ourselves do focus and support as well. So all started for us partnering with the government of Uzbekistan with the first solar project of 100 megawatts and subsequent rounds that led to round 3, which is just closing. And it is important to note from the results that well-structured projects working with a committed government are very instrumental in delivering value for the government and the people. A rigorous structuring process and a transparent competitive process for the first project was able to deliver the lowest tariffs in the region, with Mazda providing a tariff of 2.67 per kilowatt hour, which was a benchmark and provided a price discovery for the sector. This was quite notable and also was recognized within the region. And it was a first for the region as well. So again, it's important to stress well-structured projects with optimal risk allocation is very, very key. And we're happy to continue to work and support the government alongside with other development finance institutions to deliver results for the country and for the people. Today, the programs that we are engaged with as a transaction advisory team is expected to mobilize about $700 million of private sector financing through PPPs. And this spans not just traditional infrastructure, hard infrastructure, but is expanding into social infrastructure, which is more impactful as well and addresses some of the social areas for support that the government and the people require. To date, IFC Transaction Advisory has been able to deliver and mobilize over 1.8 billion in private financing through the projects advised on, and a bulk of these were financed also by IFC alongside other development finance institutions. And we will continue to support and work with the government in this area. Let me also just point out that for the transaction advisory team, we are a global team, and to date, we work in over 120 countries. We have implemented over 500 PPP projects, and since the mid-2000s, we have raised more than 50 billion US dollars of private sector financing through our structured process for our government clients. And the more important thing that it has impacted the lives of more than 200 million people across the world. So PPPs has definitely got a mechanism that can deliver value and can impact lives across the world. Uzbekistan has a very dynamic and evolving market for PPPs. And our advice to potential investors here present is that this is the time to get involved and partner with the government, a committed government, and deliver results for the people and for the government. We welcome especially, and as mentioned by Mr. Guliamov, that government is seeking to expand and diversify to other areas for delivery of projects through PPPs in other infrastructure areas, including agriculture and irrigation, and also looking at housing and other sectors as well. Going forward, the World Bank Group is happy and will continue to partner with the government to deliver the results and achieve the vision that it has for delivering up to 30 billion in the next 5 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael, for your views. And now I would request Mr. Marco Mantovanelli to kindly share his opinion. Thank you.
Hello. So, buongiorno, following the example of my French colleague here. And thank you for having us on the stage. Thank you, the Ministry of Economy and Finance and our colleagues from IFC. We heard it from Mr. Guliamov. There is a transformation going on in Uzbekistan, and the ambition is very high. Doubling the size of the economy by 2030, upper middle income status, cutting poverty in half. Many indicators that we track seems to show that the country is actually moving along this line despite the high level of ambition. I don't need to convince anyone in this audience. I think that the partnership between the public and the private sector remains central and critical to achieve these goals. It's not possible to do it without it. Now, there's a growing needs and growing demand for infrastructure services, and the financial needs far outstrip the capacity of the public sector to deliver. But not just the financial, the sheer implementation and technology and capacity of it. So we need to seriously find ways to improve, accelerate, perfect this partnership. And as Vipke said at the beginning, this is not always easy. The potential is to attract investment, but also to strengthen and expand dramatically the availability and the quality of services to the economy, but ultimately to people in Uzbekistan. So the bottom line that I would like to draw is that attracting the investment is not the goal. It's structuring a framework for the delivery of services for 20, 30 years, so quality services for 20, 30 years. That length of implementation, the duration of PPPs, is a key factor that we will be discussing here, I hope, today. I'm sure that there will be frustration, particularly from the investor side, on the speed and the time, and the government speed and time that it takes to structure these deals. I would say that is legitimate, and we need to find ways, including when the IFIs are involved, to streamline that process as much as possible. But the length of the period of implementation motivates us to think that spending a bit of time to do it right at the beginning is the thing to do. There's no way out of it. Global experience shows that where these PPPs were successful, where they were carefully designed and thought out. And they were prepared in an environment, and here I'll conclude with some overall message from the public sector side, that is conducive to their design and implementation over time. A clear and reliable legal and regulatory framework is important. Uzbekistan has moved along this way quite a lot, including with the assistance of IFIs like us, but we need to continue to perfect it, to guarantee transparency and a sense of clear expectations for the investors of how PPPs are managed. Selection based on very robust public investment planning, as opposed as ad hoc decisions, sometimes pushed by the same private sector. We all would like to see in the future, like in Denmark, where they convert garbage to energy, and on top they ski on top of it. But is Uzbekistan ready today for that? Maybe not. So advancing with those ideas and proposals may be a bit premature. Embedding the decisions on PPP in a very strong public investment system is critical. As at the same time, embedding in a framework for strengthening the capacity of the public sector to be true partners to the private investors. True partners means capacity to talk, but also solve problems for the investors. It's not just regulating the investor, it's to solve problems. Be a true partner, mean developing those capacity for contract management, capacity for engaging, not just at the beginning of the transaction, but throughout the life. So monitoring, evaluating how the contract is moving. So just these few points, but to reinstate the importance of the agenda, also the commitment of IFIs, World Bank Group in premise, to advance this agenda, because as I said at the very beginning, we don't see how Uzbekistan can achieve its ambitious goals without perfecting and advancing PPPs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco, for your views. And now I would request Ms. Stephanie Gill to kindly enlighten. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is perhaps to represent another region, muy buenos días. We're bringing a host of international experience today in this panel, and I'm honored to be participating, in this case to discuss the critical role of public-private partnerships in the energy sector, and in fostering, in particular, Uzbekistan's clean energy transition. What we're seeing in this region and globally is a series of unprecedented crises, which mean that ensuring secure, affordable, and sustainable energy has become an imperative to deliver growth for the economy, for businesses, for households. And this is true for low-income countries as well as for middle-income and high-income countries. This calls for new technologies, new business models, the enabling policies and regulatory frameworks that we just discussed, as well as the mobilization of enormous amounts of financing. For instance, in Uzbekistan, in the energy sector that has been referred to a number of times, The country has set the ambitious goal of delivering 25 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. To meet this goal, the investments required in generation, in storage, in transmission, distribution, supply reach $35 billion. As the country has already demonstrated, so the role of private capital, private financing, including through PPPs, will be critical to achieving the government's vision. As Wibke already mentioned, so public-private partnerships are essentially long-term contractual arrangements that allow to leverage the strength of both sectors. So the efficiency, the innovation of the private sector, and also the regulatory institutional support capacity from the public sector. And indeed, the role of the public sector is essential to success. And we already are showing how the efforts from Uzbekistan have borne significant fruit. First, it is critical to establish strong sectoral fundamentals. And in this case, I would like to commend again Uzbekistan for the efforts achieved so far in terms of energy sector planning, in terms of establishing an energy regulator, in terms of unbundling the electricity market operator, and making progress towards electricity cost recovery tariffs to ensure the financial viability of the sector while protecting the vulnerable. So this is for the sector itself. Of course, in a cross-cutting manner, we also need to set the policy and regulatory framework as a basis for PPPs. And so, as colleagues have mentioned, so it's in addition to the sectoral fundamentals, it's extremely important that a best-in-class PPP law was established. Other legal frameworks, such as concession laws, may also be helpful to consider at some point, as beyond the individual transactions, we may look at mainstream PPPs into SOEs as well. Another couple of elements that have already been mentioned, but I would like to reiterate, the fair, transparent, competitive procurement processes, including, for instance, through the use of standard documents, contractual provisions, are also extremely helpful in continuing to establish this track record that will continue to attract the best caliber of private partners into the sector, as was already achieved, for instance, in the segment of generation. May I take third and finally some time also to recognize the progress that has been made and also the work that remains ahead in terms of institutional arrangements and institutional capacity building. And this, of course, reverberates beyond the remit of the government itself into SOEs, into other public institutions. Some countries, for instance, have selected to establish a standalone PPP unit with strong technical, commercial, financial, legal capacity to support the preparation, the structuring of bankable PPP projects. One element also that could be taken into consideration, given the very large amount of private capital that would need to be mobilized, is also strengthening the capacity of the government in terms of assessing the fiscal impact of those projects. And in order to, again, mainstream the PPP capacity building, it would be interesting beyond government, beyond SOEs, also to build essentially the financial sector so that the responsiveness to respond to the needs of non-recourse finance could also be delivered through financing from local banks as well as access to capital markets. In this context, so I'd like to reiterate my congratulations to the government on the results already achieved so far, which will lead to over 2.5 gigawatts of renewable energy, private solar energy delivered this year, including with support from the IFC, from the World Bank. And I would like to also commend the government on its intent to bring PPP models to the distribution sector in electricity, building on successful experiences, including from Latin America. In closing, may I share some examples that will reiterate the commitment from the World Bank Group in supporting the energy transformation in Uzbekistan through private capital mobilization, through PPP models, underpinned by the sound policy, regulatory, institutional framework. I think that the IFC PPP advisory support through actual global expertise has been mentioned by my colleague just before. I'd like also to share that the World Bank PPIIF facility, which was established about a quarter of a century ago, is a global facility, the only one that is dedicated to building institutions. And so these are the key to set the stage for private sector participation in infrastructure. To date, so in the last 25 years, the PPIF has mobilized $29 billion in private investment, funded 1,300 projects in over 130 countries. Similarly, the Global Infrastructure Facility, which is going to be represented in the next panel, is a World Bank and G20 initiative that provides and finances end-to-end advisory services to governments to build, again, bankable pipelines of well-structured sustainable infrastructure projects. It has supported over 160 advisory services in 67 countries, leading to private investments of over $70 billion. So within this context, again, may I reiterate the congratulations to the government of Uzbekistan on the efforts, the progress on the public side to deliver on the public-private agenda. And I look forward to the discussions, and thank you for joining this timely roundtable.
So, thank you, Stephanie. Now I would request Ms. Zsuzsanna Hargitay to kindly share her views. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to everybody. I need to reiterate at least 3 points. First of all, thank you very much to Ministry of Economy and Finance and IFC friends for inviting us to join this panel. Number 2 is my tribute to Uzbekistan. The road the country has covered, my God, I speak and it's all dark. The future is bright. So my tribute to Uzbekistan for the road that the country has covered since 2017. And the ambition has not abated. So under the strategy for Uzbekistan 2030, the ambitions have even got higher. And there is a, let's face it, a solid implementation track record with all the capacity issues, left, right, center changes, but you can see an impressive delivery track record in this country, and I hope you consider that we, as EBRD, we have been part of it. PPPs and private sector mobilization. I think Monsieur Guittard reminded us that we ain't going to achieve those famous infrastructure goals without mobilization of private investment and commercial financing. And Uzbekistan has embraced it. 2 words about what we have done so far, and again, just chipping in where Stephanie left it, the energy sector, which I think eminently put Uzbekistan on the global map. Not only is it green energy, sustainable energy for a country that develops between only 6.5% increase of GDP each year, so it needs additional energy to fuel this growth, but it has been done in an excellent way. It was a combination of what we have supported as EBRD, consistently a tender process that also gave benchmark prices for the directly negotiated agreements. So your ambitions, Mr. Gulyamov, to reach the 25 gigawatt renewable energy installed by 2030 is not a dream. I think we are going to surpass it. We just have to keep up with you and with our private sector investors. I could give numerous examples, starting with Karakalpakstan, 1, 2, 3, how we got now to battery energy storage, and still with excellent prices. We would be there with you, and we discussed it with colleagues, how to bring in private sector, and our IFC colleagues have started working on it, into distribution, and with a bit of trembling knee, but let's explore it together, how they could come in transmission development, because that's sorely missing. And Uzbek friends, they are aware that the investment needs, they are reckoned to be in the transmission sector at around only $5 billion. New renewable energy capacity is coming online. Our common friend, Deputy Prime Minister Kuchkarov, would not like to spend sovereign that capacity borrowing for MET. So let's be creative, and EBRD, we take cues from you also, private sector participants, and let's think together about it. Now, many colleagues said that we are talking about long preparation time, and my God, it has taken a very long time to prepare something that many of you have been waiting for, the Tashkent-Samarkand toll road PPP. It's ready for launching, for request for qualification. So I think that we have the last minute discussions, 1 or 2 issues to be clarified. Now, this is the classic PPP. Has been long in gestation, very thoroughly prepared. It's there, and a lot of you, and beyond these doors, have expressed interest in participating in this. This would also give, again, unless you disagree with me strongly, Mr. Gulyanov, some benchmark pricing at what we expect private sector to deliver in terms of capex costs, but also maintenance costs. And Marco, you reminded us that we are not here for the short term. Well, you and I, we are here for the short term. That these PPPs are the 25 plus years. And Stephanie reminded us of the fiscal risks and delivery risk. So I would passionately advocate for launching this project. Again, it's your decision, it's with you, and we have the last clarificatory talks. We also got the signal very clearly, we even got a letter, to consider the Swiss challenge. It's not part and parcel of EBRD's ethos, I hasten to add. But I see that there are interested parties. I see our Uzbek partners would like to speed up the process. So keeping still the spirit that Marco and Stefani also mentioned, and Wipke, of course, my friend, that competition always brings out the best value for money, cost efficiency, technology innovations. So what I'm taking with you, I'm looking at Marcos, my friend there, whose knees are trembling when I mention Swiss challenge. What could be the best way for us to support it? Because again, as was illustrated also by the Veolia example, you go ahead, do it, check it. I would not like EBRD to be behind it, but be with you, our Uzbek partners, and be with the private sector partners. As we speak, I have to talk also about the cost of preparation of these PPPs and the elements. So I very much hope that in a day or two we shall sign the Uzbek project preparation facility, which is a combination of grant and loan, so that we don't have a constant headache of what comes next, whether we talk about the preparation of our student accommodation in Tashkent, public schools in Fergana, and which is the other, my favorite, Namangan region, so that we pick up the pace and we, in parallel, as we have discussed with you, our Uzbek partners, and divided the work with our IFR partners, we can more dynamically progress. Again, I would like to see this PPP round. The first PPP roundtable was wonderful. It was even in a bigger room. Now we are a concentrated audience on the back of a track record. Let's have such discussions that give more dynamism and take this PPP initiative further. Just the other day, my last word, because colleagues have already illustrated where we would like to go between energy sector, irrigation, traffic management, a lot of potential at municipal level. You would agree with me to take it forward. We were discussing residential energy efficiency. Now, in many countries, district heating companies act as energy service companies, so how to harness this knowledge to increase energy efficiency, what the Uzbek government would like to see, whether it's deep renovation of houses, whether it's solar panels, but still through sustainable financing. So let's be creative today, and EBRD will be your continued partner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shoshana. And now I would request our last speaker, Ms. Kanakpan Lau Araya, to kindly share her views. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. If I speak in my own, greeting in my own language, I don't know anybody of you would understand, because I'm coming from not expansive, influential country, but only soft power. I'm from Thailand. Sawadee ka. Yes, glad to be here. Thank you very much for the Ministry to the Ministry of Economy and Finance and our colleague from IFC who organized this. And we will remember this day. Actually, when you think about it, when was that we gathered today to do the round table discussion? Because today is 29th of February. It's a leap year of a dragon year. So if you think back, this is a symbolically good time to really gather today to discuss very important issue. As representative of ADB, I'm very proud to be part of this discussion and partnership. I don't have to repeat many things that previous speaker has spoken before about how important PPP and rational for us to be supportive and be behind the government of Uzbekistan to move this forward. I will focus on 3 points because I know that we're running out of time. The first is, in order to do this successfully, I reiterate, institution framework is very important. Rule of how to do this thing importantly is effectively would be fundamental. So yes, we as ADB, we are part of supporting government in preparing the PPP law and currently amendment of the PPP law because it has been dynamic, landscape has been changing, we have to continue adjusting. So second point is we have to adopt integration approach because yes, this is not just only public and private sector have to gather together, and as you can see around here, we also among the donor development partners we have to really coordinate, and a lot of sector that we involve has to cross-cutting, so on the government side also have to coordinate among themselves. And in Uzbekistan we have a big consolidated donor coordination or development partner coordination called country partner country platform, and in here we also we talked about this last week, and I remember Neil, country director of IFC, also mentioned this about, you know, although this is the side activity of the country platform. In that integrated country platform, we also have to make sure that our coordination has been communicate and ensure that we support each other and complement each other. And lastly, as many speakers have pointed out, this is not an easy feat, not easy activity. So the only way that we can achieve our goal is to be optimistic. Yes, I know people might think that this is very naive way of thinking, you have to be pessimistic, but I'm not saying that blindly optimistic, but we have to be careful about and understand all the risks, because without optimistic and goal setting, such as, you know, our SDG, the country goal, we're never gonna achieve the if we don't set our target a little bit higher, we won't apply ourselves. So just a little bit about ADB. We have on PPP project, currently we have a portfolio of 11 projects, PPP projects, worth more than $2 billion US. Make us a champion among, IFI, but of course, we are working together and coordinate with our partners. And PPP projects that we implement, we are very happy to bring in some innovation and knowledge. And we are, for example, I want to share our Namangan wastewater treatment plant PPP project that won the best utility project category in one of the most prestigious award ceremony in PPP Industrial. That's called Partnership Award 2023. In any case, I would like to end my short intervention by confirm our commitment and our cooperation in the PPP area, that we will develop further and will reach new heights together with all these our partners, taking into account government's quite ambitious plan for implementing of $30 billion US PPP program under Strategy 2030. We are happy to be part of the ongoing reforms and development. Thank you very much. Rahmat.
So, thank you, Kanakpan, for your views. Now that the context for the discussions have been set for the rest of the day, I would request Mr. Babur Hojayev, Deputy Minister of Economy and Finance, to kindly give us an overview of the government's vision on 2030 strategy.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. First of all, I would like to thank you for attending this roundtable and for your interest and support to the government of Uzbekistan. I would also like to thank our PPP advisor, Saeed Uddin, for putting together this presentation. Well, we are behind the schedule and I will try to keep it short. When we were developing our new PPP program, we were focusing on 3 pillars. First is 2030 strategy. Second one is our infrastructure gap. And third one is institutional challenges that we have in the PPP. Sure. Well, regarding the strategy 2030, I want to stress that we have 100 specific and measurable goals, and 44 of those goals are focusing on individuals to help people of Uzbekistan to realize their potential. Sorry. Now, related to PPP development, those goals include economic growth, and particularly our need to deliver energy, water, and transport infrastructure, improve investment and business climate in Uzbekistan. They also include macroeconomic stability, which we need to maintain by 2030, particularly keep the public debt below 50% of GDP and make sure that our fiscal commitments and contingent liabilities are well assessed and managed. Another goal is to attract investments in the infrastructure. We need to invest in 500 strategic projects worth 150 billion, including 30 billion PPP projects. We need to also improve our ESG policies and standards. We have to improve our public services, the quality of our public services, mainly through digitalization, and we need to improve capacity building, capacity of our public institutions. Now, regarding our second pillar, the infrastructure gap, well, as you well know, Uzbekistan is a double landlocked country, so connectivity is #1 priority for us. Another priority is providing the citizens quality drinking water and sewerage network. Currently, only 65% of people have access to quality drinking water and only 12% to centralized sewerage systems. Another focus is, of course, the irrigation system. As you know, Central Asia is facing very serious water challenges, so we need to invest in our irrigation and pumping stations. We also need to invest in our roads, in our airports, and our railways. Now, we also have institutional challenges ahead of us, and when Deputy Prime Minister was instructing me to prepare this roundtable, he mentioned that it should be like a wedding ceremony when our new program is a bride and IFIs and private partners are a groom. So I think married colleagues would agree that secret of happy family and marriage is honesty, and I think we need to be honest that there are a lot of institutional challenges here in Uzbekistan, and we are committed to work together with our partners to improve them. We do acknowledge that many sectors, they lack master plans, and identification and selection of investment projects are often fragmented, so we need to work on developing those master plans. There is also limited capacity in line ministries to work on PPP projects. We have issues with quality projects, with bankable projects. There is also limited access to quality data when we work with our partners, and it also affects the speed with which we prepare and deliver projects. And there is also lack of coordination among government agencies. So we do realize all these issues, and we want to work together with IFIs and private partners to overcome all those challenges. Namely, we want to improve our regulatory framework in the PPP sector. We want to improve our fiscal exposure management. We are working closely with IMF, World Bank, and other development partners. We want to improve access to long-term financing, especially in the domestic market. As we know, many private partners are complaining that they have limited access to local financing, and this is something we want to focus in our new program. We also need to build the capacity in the line ministries and in the Ministry of Economy and Finance, as I said, to prepare good quality projects and improve the visibility of these projects. Now, one of the initiatives that we are doing, we are implementing this source platform. We want to use source platform to improve the visibility of our PPP pipeline. We also want to use it to attract new private partners, and this platform provides a good opportunity to manage our PPP projects. Now, in terms of the pipeline to 2030, the largest sector will be transport sector. We want to attract over the 10 billion investments in modernizing our airports, in our toll roads and railways. Energy sector will remain a significant contributor to PPP investments. Not only the generation, but also we're thinking of the distribution, the power distribution and gas distribution sectors. Of course, healthcare and education sector will be important part of our program. We want to build 550 preschool education facilities, 600 schools, and student dormitories. We want to build multifunctional hospitals. We are working with IFIs on these projects together. Of course, drinking water and sewerage, and also modernizing our heating system will be an important part of this program. Now, to conclude, I want to say that the track record that we have to date shows that Uzbekistan has the capacity to deliver PPP projects and to contribute to sustainable growth in Uzbekistan. And 30 billion of investments in PPP projects is achievable goals. I'm looking forward to work together with our partners. I want to say that I will be here the whole day, and I will be glad to have bilateral meetings with private partners, with the IFIs who are attending this meeting, to discuss all the questions related to PPP development in Uzbekistan. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Hojayev, for your words and for giving us a very good overview of what the government plans to do over the next 6 years. I would now request all the panelists to join us for a group photograph outside. And we would also take a short coffee break of 10 minutes. We are running late, so let's keep it short. And then we meet for the next discussion where we look at views of the IFIs on improving the transaction advisory services. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after this small coffee break, I think we are ready to move to very interesting and the first panel discussion of the day. Views of the IFIs who have been instrumental in supporting the government and in developing and implementing the PPPs in the country. The session will be moderated by Mr. Erk Özbelge, PPP Commercial Advisor to the Minister of Economy and Finance. And the panelists for the session include Daval Jump from ADB and Marcos Martinez Garcia, Associate Director from EBRD, João Raya Sabino, Senior Infrastructure Finance Specialist from World Bank Group, Ekaterina Delenina, IFC Investment Officer, and Sumit Shukla, IFC Senior Investment Officer. So, stage is yours.
My first day agency is February. It's 5 years. Start achieve successful establishing functioning sector. Ingredients for success: strong leadership, finance, Mr. Kuchkarov as the champion for this initiative, the creation and enactment of enabling legislation, and the establishment, growth, and development of human resources within the PPP agency and the public partners. I would also like to note that the success we are talking about today wouldn't be possible without the dedicated support of Uzbekistan's partners, ADB, EBRD, IFC, and the GIF, who guided the government throughout this journey and provided the necessary financial and human resources to prepare bankable projects that reach successful commercial and financial close. Strategy 2030 sets the vision of the government to raise Uzbekistan to a mid-income level country and also envisions the new PPP investments of up to $30 billion in key sectors. This means delivering double the amount of projects within the same amount of time. Now that we have 5 years of experience under our belts, we realize the challenges that we face to reach this target. In this panel, we have representatives of our partners' advisory and lending teams to give us insight as to where they would advise the government to focus so that we may ensure the timely implementation of the targeted projects over the next 6 years. I would like to first give the floor to Sumit. Scaling solar was one of the first PPP projects to reach commercial and financial close in Uzbekistan and has served as the pathfinder for future projects. How important was the scaling solar experience? And now that Uzbekistan has several closed transactions supported by other advisory teams as well, can we expect a revision to project agreements whereby the government may assign more risks to the investors without affecting the bankability?
Thank you, Erk. Was one of the most successful transactions that we have done in this space. In fact, we closed the project within a period of 12 months from commencement of the project, and therefore it's a project from where we have a lot of positive lessons to draw upon, and we have been talking about this project in various forums that we represent across the globe as well. To start with, what went right with the project was the site was identified in the initial stages of the project due diligence, which allowed us to complete the due diligence in a very timely manner. With a robust due diligence exercise completed, we structured the project, and then comes the part where it usually takes a lot of time when the government has to decide on the risk matrix, when the government has to give the approval to the transaction structure. And we found the government to be extremely decisive and quick in decision making, and the project structure was approved and the tender documents were issued in the market. This, as you said, is one of the first projects to which has been closed commercially, and now it is operational as well. Having said that, there were a few challenges also that we faced in this project, but none of these challenges had any adverse impact on the project in terms of time it took to complete the project, or in terms of the due diligence or any other activity that we wanted to do to have a robust framework in place. Challenges included that this being one of the first projects, the understanding of environmental and social safeguards and issues was limited. So some time had to be spent to get the government abreast with the performance standards that are required to be adhered by the private sector, so that the E&S issues are addressed very effectively and efficiently during the entire life cycle of the project. Some studies were not available. The data was not maintained by the government, which is very common in a lot of emerging markets, like grid allocation studies. So we could not undertake a stimulation exercise that we wanted to, but these are some issues which we expect in most of the projects. Another issue that we had, it's not an issue, and a challenge was that the project was initially started within the ambit of Ministry of Investment, Industry and Trade. And then we had more stakeholders joining in during the project development cycle, including the Ministry of Energy, the PPP Development Authority. So some time was required to actually get the new stakeholders also on board. But as I said earlier, we still delivered the project on time thanks to the support from the government. Coming to the second part of your question in terms of any changes post the successful closure, I think changes were made by the government right in scaling Solar 2 project itself. After getting a good response and looking at the kind of tariff that the government received, which was 2.67 cents per kilowatt hour, vis-a-vis 6 cents approximately what the government was being offered via private negotiations. And so looking at the robust feedback from the market and the interest from the private sectors, the government decided to relook at the risk mitigation metrics. Some more risks were passed on to the private sector, like the key performance indicators which have to be adhered during the project development period. They were strengthened. And along with that, the liquidated damages or the penalties that the private sector has to pay in case of non-conformance to these KPIs were also increased in terms of amounts that would be levied. So there was a change in the risk allocation matrix, and still the results were fabulous with private sector coming in and participating in the projects. Another change that was made was some more items were included in the waiver of sovereign immunity list, which is there as a part of the state sovereign guarantee agreement. And this led to some issues in financing of the projects by some IFIs, but then it did not deter the progress in the sector. And so, but one point that I would like to highlight here is that just because there is private sector interest, we are getting competitive offers. It does not mean that a large number of projects can be undertaken in the space as well. We have to be mindful about the credit worthiness of the off-taker also gets questioned as more and more projects are introduced in the market. So, so there has to be a balance which has to be maintained in terms of the results that we want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Dawal, ADB's Transaction Advisory Group is supporting the government in multiple sectors, including energy and the social sectors, such as communal services, education, and healthcare. You've supported the government with closing of 2 landmark projects, the Tashkent District Heating Project signed with Veolia, which is now in the operating phase, Namangan Wastewater Project with Mitito, which is pending financial close, and currently working on the Tashkent Schools PPP project, which is pending tender phase. Based on your experience in these 3 projects, can you shed light to the institutional capacity gaps within the public partners, and what general recommendations would you have for the government to ensure public partner obligations are completed on time?
Thanks. First of all, big thanks to Ministry of Economy and Finance and IFC to have invited me for this panel. The learnings, and not only from these 3 projects, as our country director was mentioning, we are involved in 11 projects in ADB at different stages. Some of them have achieved closure, and some of them are in tender phase, and some are in early project preparation stage. So there are learnings not only from those 3, but from all the projects that this topic actually, because there's a lot to be discussed, but I'll try to be as brief as possible. I would divide this answer into three parts. First being issues which are global in nature, which PPPs face anywhere in the world, from an institutional capacity point of view. The second is a few unique characteristics of Uzbekistan. And the third is also a related one of then how the uniqueness of Uzbekistan and international best practice shape up the PPP program in the country. So I think there is wide recognition, and a lot has been already spoken about it since the morning, that there is a need and a dire need to develop institutional capacity. Now, a bit of the uniqueness, which I'll talk about later, is Uzbekistan's PPP program is one of the fastest or the most accelerated program in the world, if not the fastest. It is one of the fastest ones with what the growth has happened in the last 5 years and the plans that are there for the next 6 years till 2030. Keeping this in mind, the institutional gaps, which even the most developed countries in terms of PPPs face, are present here too, in terms of institutional capacity to implement PPPs. And not only implement PPPs, a very important factor is also how to monitor PPPs as they progress throughout the life. It's not only about construction and investment, it's about, is PPP delivering what was expected out of it? And that capacity also needs to be built within the government at an institutional level too. There are, and again, as I said, these problems are not unique only to Uzbekistan, but what have other countries done for this? They have developed capacity, there are trainings, but nothing works better than on-the-job training, hands-on training. So more and more people from the government need to be working on PPPs for a full life cycle of projects to understand what goes through it. And one problem, again, not unique to Uzbekistan, is frequent changing of people within the government, and that loses months and years of institutional capacity of a particular transaction, or even at a knowledge level completely. So it's a difficult thing, a problem to solve, but many countries do find solutions by adding more people, having more teams, having more documentation, and increasing institutional memory around that. The second problem is Uzbekistan is unique in many ways. First of all, the accelerated PPP program. Second, the geographic location, the way it is, and almost all IFIs in the region come to Uzbekistan. So it is a melting point of PPP for Central Asia at the moment, and at the same time, it is a melting point for all IFIs also coming out there, very willing to support Uzbekistan. So there's a lot of activity and there's a lot of promise in this country. But Uzbekistan is unique in many ways. We don't have time to discuss all, but I would like to point out two main differences with other countries. One is on the availability of local financing. And the other aspect is how socio-cultural changes or differences, uniqueness, affect projects, especially in social sector. So first of all, about local financing, we all hear that PPPs in other countries, international best practice, 30-year projects or 25-year projects, but the underlying principle, for example, is availability of long-term finance. And while for the PPPs that we are all advising on are long-term, in line with international practice, the sustainability of a PPP program as large as what Uzbekistan has will depend a lot on how local financing can work to enable local participants also in those PPPs. And the situation about local financing in terms of volume and tenor and the cost of financing is very different from what you would get from in other countries. So, and that's a very important aspect when you structure PPPs. So, one implication could be that, is it really a 30-year project in Uzbekistan, or maybe a lesser one is better value for money for the government, or maybe a shorter PPP may have more interest from private sector. So the local financing ability, and if the government can actually improve certain conditions, if they can have a project development fund, if they can have something unique which encourages local companies to participate in PPPs, would be really helpful. The other aspect is about socio-cultural differences, and Uzbekistan is, as I said, unique with the socio-cultural elements. And so the solutions which have been worked in other countries would, we talk about international best practice, but is the best practice really applicable to local too? For example, when we were working on schools, in many developed countries which we learn from, which we draw best practices from, they do not have a major problem in the, say, pedagogy or curriculum or availability of teachers, as much as Uzbekistan would. Now, we are advising on the schools project, and we realize that there is a good teacher training program. So from our perspective, the first thing we looked is that if we develop these schools, which are going to be expensive, will they deliver the education services or not? So that's a very important component. Same goes for health sector and all. So it's very important to see whether the goal is being met, not only at the level of investment and construction, but the final goal delivery. Are the beneficiaries actually getting it? The second one quickly I'll talk about is, say, housing. Now, housing in Uzbekistan is unique because it's not only a dwelling place. It is an income for retirement for people here, given the the environment, the socio-cultural elements, as I said. So people for retirement rely a lot on second houses and income from rental income coming from there. So in that context, the way you would deal with say housing projects would be quite different. So and the third part, and I'm sorry I took a lot of time, but the third part which I was saying is that yes, there is international best practice, there is uniqueness to Uzbekistan, but blindly international projects cannot be taken as cookie cutting approach that you just blindly take it and replicate it in Uzbekistan. At the same time, you have to look at how those best practices can be tailored to suit the local conditions and local environments. So going global is good, but I think the government should think about going glocal, which is a combination of global and local. So thanks.
Thank you. I know that the government has some initiatives around these, so we'll talk about those. Marcos, like ADB and IFC, EBRD is also a major contributor to advisory activities in multiple sectors, including transportation. Since 2019, EBRD has been supporting the government with the preparation of the Tashkent-Samarkand toll road project. It's been close to 5 years since the government engaged EBRD on this project, and still the tender for this project has not been launched. Can you please explain if this is a normal time frame for large projects, and what can be done better to expedite the delivery of such large-scale projects in the future?
Thank you, Eric, for the question. And thank you, Ministry, for organizing, for the invitation, and also thank you to IFC. So I'm going to try to be brief. So if there are questions, we can really follow up. I mean, you are right. We started working on this big project in 2019. Just after signing the PPP law, we also signed a mandate to develop this project. And we took a phase approach. We always do that. We started with a very small engagement, trying to get a due diligence on what was available, and then in 2019 we realized that everything needed to be done from scratch. We cracked some numbers with the help of our consultants. We got approvals on a concept on how the project would look like. The government, Minister of Transport, Minister of Investment, Minister of Economy at the time, they all agree with how the project will evolve. And we moved very fast to a pre-feasibility study, we call it, where, again, we needed to study different options. There was no information whatsoever. So when you construct a 300 kilometers highway, you really need to look at what are the best options. Alignment, impact to farmers, to people, to the environment, nature, biodiversity. COVID, wars, everything happened. We didn't really have much access to the ground. And still we develop with the support from the government of Japan, a pre-feasibility that narrowed down the options. The government decided, Ministry of Transport decided to go through an option that is a full greenfield project, so a complete new alignment. We also studied the possibility to expand existing road with a massive impact to local communities, or a combination of expanding the existing road and making bypassing Jisak and other communities that are in the way. But the government decided to do a new alignment, and then we moved to the next phase, which is a proper detailed feasibility study. And that's when you really start looking at what is in the ground: topography, geology, biodiversity, meeting farmers, meeting people living by the road, and that takes time. I'm sorry, that takes time. We have developed a design. We are finalizing the feasibility study. We have a much better understanding of the project, of the cost of the project, of the structure of the PPP. We are currently we are wrapping up the conclusions of our market sounding. Some people here have been contacted, and we have presented how the project will look like. Okay? Bottom line, it's been 5 years, and it's a massive undertaking. Okay? Again, it's a 300 kilometers road, plus connections is almost 350. 150 kilometers hour design speed. So, I mean, a big project. If you look at other examples, there is a recent one that we like to refer, which is Bakat, portion of the ring road in Almaty in Kazakhstan, that the bank finance, that IFC advisory prepare. We also support, and they started in 2007 with land acquisition. At the time, they already had a design. Okay, it took them from 2007 till 2018 to acquire all the land in the right of way of the road. We started working with them, IFC mostly led by the IFC, in 2013. Proposed the PPP option as the best delivery model for the project. The tender started 2015, awarded 2018, so it's already 10 years to award the project when they started with land and a design. And the project now is constructed, chief financial close in 2020. The sponsors very committed to the project, same as the government, very committed to the project, shorted the construction period from 50 months to 30 months. And it's a big success in our opinion as an advisor, as a lender as well. Tolling is 40% higher than was expected. And again, a massive undertaking. That's a much bigger road in terms of number of lanes and capacity, significantly shorter because it's only 66 kilometers. So bottom line, I don't think it just, what we really need to do, answering your question, is managing expectations. I was with some of you here 5 years ago, and when I was saying it's going to take 10 years, the answer is no, do it faster. I said, okay, we'll try. But we really need to do it right. We really need to look at the environment, at the national park that can be impacted by the project, at all the people and the species that will be impacted by the project, because again, if we don't do it right, the project will not happen. We are in a very interesting stage, as Susa was saying, almost ready to start the procurement, and hopefully, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a big success, and don't hesitate, the project will happen, I'm pretty sure. I've seen the right commitment and the right parties to do the project.
Thank you. I think, I mean, if we don't do it right, it bounces from Katarina. And I mean, what I wanted to ask you, Katarina, you're with the landing group of IFC. And you have a Chinese wall with Sumit, who's the advisor. Can you please evaluate the PPP legal framework the level of preparation of projects by our advisors, and the quality of the winners seeking financing. Are you satisfied with the work done before the borrowers come to you? And based on your experience, are Uzbek projects reaching financial close within the timeframes at par with international practice? And what can the government do on their part to shorten the finance timeframe?
Thank you. I think we all have seen that Uzbekistan has implemented a very successful PPP program in the last few years. And part of this success was actually due to the fact that the country adopted very early on international bankability standards. And I think a key testament to this success is also meticulous preparation of the projects by the advisors groups. So as we move forward, everybody will be learning on the go. And continuous improvements will be needed to maintain the investors' interests and to foster their trust. So consistent policies and predictable government actions are the key fundamentals for any bankable project. And maybe ongoing efforts in these areas will need to be maintained to continue show the transparency and effectiveness of this process. In terms of the second part of your question, what is the timing until the financial close and how can we shorten this? I think all of you know that PPP projects are mostly financed on project finance basis, and this is a very complex exercise where risks are allocated to the party who is the better placed to manage them. It involves different steps such as lender due diligence, approval process, negotiation of commercial terms. So it cannot be compressed beyond a certain period of time. But among the actions which the government could take to try to shorten this period would be, I would maybe highlight three of them. First one would be to apply the lessons learned from the power sector to other sectors. And basically the fact that the overall sector sustainability is very important. As much as important as the off-taker track record. So it's not only good to structure a contract in a way that the revenues are predictable and stable, but it's actually important to see that the off-taker has honored its payment obligations on a timely manner and consistently. So the second point would be on adopting international ENS standards. And this would impact mostly on the projects which would have a bigger impact in terms of ENS, such as wind farms, wastewater projects, hydro projects as well. The third one would be, which is perhaps the most important one, is to encourage the coordination among different stakeholders on the government side and in the private sector as well.
Joao, GIF is the largest donor of funds to mobilize advisory teams, and Uzbekistan is one of the beneficiaries. Can you briefly explain what GIF does, how you decide which programs, projects to support, and based on your evaluation of past performance, are you satisfied with the work done in Uzbekistan up to this point?
Thank you, Thank you for the question, and let me thank the government of Uzbekistan and IFC for the invitation to join this panel. It's a pleasure to be here. And let me start by echoing what has been said, and it's very important to commend the government of Uzbekistan for its commitment to develop infrastructure to private participation. According to the World Bank PPI database, Uzbekistan has been the most active country in the PPP space in the region and one of the most successful in attracting international investments in recent years. We witnessed the successful development of major landmark projects, as we heard today, and we're pleased to see the renewed support to PPPs through the ambitious proposed 2030 PPP program. No, infrastructure development is a long-term journey, and developing a strategy is the first step for a successful outcome. Before I get into the details of the GIF support to Uzbekistan, let me briefly explain a bit better what the GIF is and how we operate. We heard a bit in the earlier session, but for those that are not familiar, the GIF stands for the Global Infrastructure Facility. We are an active donor fund that supports emerging countries in their efforts to develop infrastructure through private capital. We work in partnership with MDBs, providing funding and strategic support in their structuring endeavors. Basically, the GIF supports the development of all studies required to structure a project. We also support the implementation of competitive bidding processes until the projects reach commercial or financial close. We provide some funds in the form of grants, mostly for pre-feasibility studies, but the bulk of our support comes from funding full-fledged structuring activities. These activities are reimbursed once the projects are successful. This means that in practice, the GIF run project structuring risk side by side with beneficiary governments, believing on a successful outcome. Based on this revolving structure, it allows us to continue and renew support to countries as projects are successful. We also have strong connections with the private sector. Through an advisory partner network, we have private player connections with more than players that have more than 18 trillion assets under management. We use this network to test projects and advertise potential investment opportunities. Now let me move a bit to our work in Uzbekistan specifically. GIF has a large portfolio in the country. We've been in Uzbekistan since 2018, and we have supported 11 activities in the country. This makes Uzbekistan the largest beneficiary of GIF resources in terms of number of activities. The total project structuring support provided to Uzbekistan is close to $12 million. Although this may not be impressive when we look at the investment and infrastructure numbers, it's quite significant as we think about project structuring funds. Our work, as I said, is in partnership with MDBs. We have partnership with ADB, EBRD, IFC, and the World Bank, and in several sectors, in energy, supporting the wind and solar programs, transport projects, mostly in the road sector, supporting the 2 roads that are being structured in the country. In education, we're involved in the schools project as well as dormitories, and a project in the waste sector. These projects are mostly under structuring state, and we expect to mobilize billions in investments contributing to the ambitious goals of the program. On your second question, as the GIF structure shows, we are a long-term partner of beneficiary countries we support. We understand the complexities to mobilize private investment in infrastructure and the learning curve linked to it. We have followed closely Uzbekistan's commitment to private investments and the development of its institutional framework, which led to the first round of GIF support in the country. We were pleased to see last year the first GIF-supported project reaching a financial close, the Sirdaria CCGG project, a partnership structure in partnership with IFC, and now we expect the remaining projects to advance in the same direction, so we can continue supporting Uzbekistan in its infrastructure development.
Thank you for your support. We always see IFC, EBRD, ADB, but we rarely get the chance to see you, and I think it's great for everybody to understand the support that GIF does for the initiatives that we're working on. I think time-wise we're doing good, so I'll do another round of questions, starting again with Sumit. Besides the energy sector, IFC has spent a lot of effort to support the government's goals to improve the delivery of modern healthcare services in Uzbekistan through the implementation of 2 important PPP projects, dialysis and the radiotherapy projects, and currently working on the development of a multi-profile hospital. Can you briefly talk about your experience in the health sector PPPs, the issues you have faced, and what can the government do to ensure expediting the delivery of such important social projects?
Thank you. So
I think I would like to start with and say that the experiences and the learnings that I would be discussing is not something specific only to the projects that we have been doing here in the country, but something that we have observed in all the emerging markets. Generally speaking, social infrastructure projects, be it health, education, housing, they are extremely difficult to deliver, extremely difficult to structure, because there are multiple stakeholders, and these projects have a very direct impact on the day-to-day life of a lot of citizens. So it becomes most important to take all the care and attention at the project due diligence stage itself to ensure that the structure which comes into the market is not only in line with the expectations of the private sector, the lenders, but also it meets the ultimate objectives of the government in terms of benefiting the people, the end users of the services that are going to be provided. So I would say that there are 4 issues that typically we face, and these are the issues that the governments need to think about addressing. The first would be in terms of data. Now, data is extremely important to scope the project, to know what the size of the project should be, whom are you treating, what is the profile of the patients who are coming, whether they would be in a position to make the payments or not. So data collection is the first step that we take as transaction advisors in a project, and we face a lot of difficulty in getting the data from different departments, because the data is not always vested with one entity. We have to interact with multiple stakeholders to get the data. This brings to the second problem with regards to data, which is reliability of the data. We have seen at times that the data that we get from different stakeholders vary in terms of the numbers. So we really don't know which one should we rely at, which data is more authentic, because that would ultimately design the entire project and define the scope of the transaction. The third issue that we face is, again, it's in terms of data, is the quality of the data that is being maintained and the extent of the data that is being maintained by the government. Now, when a private sector is bidding for a project, they take into consideration the capital cost and the operational cost. And their bid parameter, which is typically the service fee that they are going to charge for the services, is based on the capex and the operation expenses that have to be recovered within the concession period. It can be 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, depending upon the sector. Now, what we have seen is that the data which is being captured by the government in most of the cases takes into consideration only the operational cost. They do not calculate the capital cost impact on the service fee, which makes it extremely difficult to justify or to validate the bid that is received once the bidding is completed at times. So then we have to work on proxies, and it also delays the decision making at the part of the government at times because of the data discrepancies that we have observed. The second issue I feel that we face is the guardrails for the project are not set right on day one, which essentially are identifying the site where the project is going to be developed and setting the development norms very clearly based on which the project has to be designed. Because any change in site, if the site is not found to be suitable, or if the government is not able to allocate the site that they had identified earlier and promised earlier, needs to be changed, it essentially means that the transaction structure and the due diligence has to be started right from the scratch. You again have to go through the entire gamut of activities which are related to the site, and this leads to time overrun. The moment we exceed times, it takes a lot of time to structure a project. We actually encounter the third problem, which is that there can be a change in the bureaucracy, given the long span of time over which the project is being developed. Now, a change in bureaucracy, we have seen in several instances, results in the new people looking at the project with a new light. They would like to again question some of the decisions that were taken earlier, and this results in again a lot more time being spent on redefining the project scope if required, or convincing the new counterparts that this is the best suited framework for the project. So I guess streamlined approvals, and once the approval has been accorded for the project structure, a site, or the development norms, there should be a mechanism that it is adhered to, irrespective of any changes in the bureaucracy. Because no matter how much we try, the social infrastructure projects will have a typical project development cycle of 12 to 24 months, I would say. And during this period, there can be a lot of changes in the government which are beyond anyone's control. And the last point that I would like to highlight is the importance of coordination between different departments within a ministry. Let's say if we are looking at a project in the health sector, and if we are talking about Ministry of Health, there is also a procurement department which reports to this ministry. And we have seen instances where the procurement department has been purchasing equipment, and this is with reference to some imaging equipment in a different country. This equipment is being, so there is a PPP project that we are doing, which looks at identifying the private sector who is going to deliver the services of the imaging services to the people. And at the same time, the procurement department is buying machines for the government to continue providing these services. So this creates a duplication of the assets which are being procured or which are being brought into service delivery, which to our mind is not a very wise use of resources. A lot of times the equipment that the government procures is then not used for some time, which means that they are not able to, they don't have their usual life cycle as well. So I think these 4 parameters in terms of data, setting the guardrails of the project right up front, a very good coordination between various government departments so that everybody is a supporter of the project and nobody is trying to oppose the project. And finally, streamlined approval processes are critical when it comes to essentially social infrastructure projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Dawal, ADB and World Bank supported Uzbekistan with the development of an energy master plan back in 2018, which included 3 main pillars, the generation, transmission, and distribution. And this master plan laid out major investments that were needed in all 3 areas. Since that date, we have done great work to deliver projects to address the generation gap, but there has not been much focus on the transmission and distribution aspects of the network. How would you recommend the government to shape its future energy investment focus to ensure the reliability of the system as a whole? Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, the requirement is generation, storage added to it, and transmission and distribution. And Uzbekistan has now very good examples. In fact, that's one sector where Uzbekistan has, have some few successful projects, and it lays an example in terms of how it is done, including price discovery mechanisms. And these projects have been funded also. So again, one of the fastest developed PPP projects in this sector. As a country, Uzbekistan stands out in that case. Now, there is a recognition within the government for the need of transmission and distribution, as we say. And now, having crossed the hurdle of generation to a certain extent, now the government is focusing more, our understanding is the government is now focusing more on transmission and distribution also. There are a few, not few, but little unique challenges when it comes to generation versus TND. Is the regulatory environment about TND is still evolving, and it needs some more changes to be made to be able to develop on the PPP level. But that also is recognized, and work is going on. Overall, from a macro perspective, the investments required in transmission and distribution, within the government, NEGU, even through multilaterals, loans, the loans coming out there, would not be enough completely. So there is definitely a dire need for private sector investments and expertise to come in and work in the T&D space also. As I said, I mean, we understand that the government is now seriously looking at transmission and distribution, and we hope to see a very broad pipeline in those 2 areas too.
Thank you. Marcos, the PPP project department of the Ministry of Economy and Finance and EBRD have been working for some time on the establishment of the Uzbekistan PPP Project Development Facility, UPDF. And today we will have a signing ceremony to crown this achievement. Can you please talk about how you envision the UPDF to support the future development of the PPP sector in Uzbekistan, and explain why this is such a big achievement for us.
Yeah, certainly. UPDF is, we call it facility, effectively is a group of resources available for the Uzbek government. It's funded, it's a pot of money, and it's human resources. So it's a pot of money that is funded from a contribution from the Uzbek government, which obviously demonstrate how committed they are, and also from funding from EBRD and EBRD donors. And then it's also human resources, so it's a group of consultants, a framework of consultants that EBRD manage, legal, technical, and financial. The way it will work is, it's resources. So once the PVP department comes to us and says, I need a lawyer because we are negotiating this direct agreement with this sponsor, we mobilize the consultants, we go call with a framework of lawyers, obviously drafting terms of reference, signing an agreement with them, and being able to have this lawyer working for you guys in question of weeks. So obviously that's a huge efficiency for yourselves. It also gives you a lot of freedom, because every time you need a new consultant, either you go through the cumbersome public budget allocation and public procurement, or you go to ask us to help you, and we are also difficult, let's be honest. So again, it's a lot of resources available to you managed by EBRD. We've done something similar in Greece, and it's working very, very well.
Thank you very much. Katrina, strategy 2030 envisions a PPP project pipeline of $30 billion. And assuming 70% will be financed by lenders over the next 6 years, Uzbek projects will require more than $20 billion of finance. As one of the 3 IFIs focused in this space, does this number excite you, create concerns, and what can the government do today to ensure lenders allocate adequate capacity for Uzbek projects in the future?
Thank you. This is indeed a huge number, and of course, financing a significant part of that is exciting for RFC and World Bank Group. However, I think the biggest problem would be not to find this, say, $20 or more billion on the market, but to structure enough of bankable projects to be able to achieve this ambitious goal. And to do this, I think we would highlight a couple of points. The first one is on the regulatory framework. We have seen that a lot of progress has been done, and the framework is deemed as very stable and trustworthy by the investors. But I think ongoing efforts on improving it could be achieved as well. We have come across some scrutiny by the market recently on the new PPP law. So I think these areas should be addressed carefully, because transparency and stability are the key fundamentals for any bankable project. The second point would be to structure the projects based on a truly stable and predictable cash flows. And this involves a lot of parameters, but what could be highlighted now is, for example, power sector PPAs. They adequately address foreign exchange risk, termination risks, and these lessons learned could be easily applied in other sectors. Another point is that tariffs should be structured according to the project type, and in some projects the investor cannot take the volume risk, for example, where the volume of the resource cannot be controlled or predicted, such as in hydro projects or in wastewater projects. In that case, the tariff, it will make much more sense to do availability payments rather than volume-based tariffs. And last but not least, this is indeed a huge number. So everybody should make sure that the market transitions at a certain point in time from the relying only on IFIs to incorporating also commercial financing from commercial banks, maybe international banks first and then local banks in the second stage. Yeah, I think these are the most important things. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, without money, we can't deliver any of these projects, so this is an important topic. We're coming to the end of the panel. I would like to ask you, Joao. Obviously, we have a lot of projects still to do, more intensity, and we need ever more support of GIF going forward. Even though we have this UPDF, we still need your support. But GIF has finite resources and many beneficiaries looking for funding. What are the good things you think Uzbekistan is doing that should continue? And what else can be done better to ensure the continuity of GIF support while also ensuring the resources provided by GIF are effectively mobilized?
Thank you, Work. And well, as I said before, I think the developing a strategic plan is a good start, and it should help Uzbekistan define priorities as we saw and identify the required steps to reach these ambitious goals on the program. I think as a starting point, we recommend prioritizing and accelerating the projects that are already under structuring stage. I think those are the natural candidates, and they're closer to the market. They are close to come to market and mobilize private investment. On the project structuring side, we heard a lot about the importance of the partnership with the multilateral development banks in the structuring of the PPP projects, and we believe Uzbekistan should continue relying on MDB's technical capacity to structure future PPPs. PPPs that will foster competition and value for money. We saw the example of the energy sector and how the first projects serves as a base, and the MDBs working as honest brokers was relevant to develop projects that were then replicated afterwards in other transactions in the sector. We also heard how MDB supported key development projects in other important sectors in the country. And then in this context, having this base of successful pilot cases, an alternative to accelerate project delivery are programmatic engagements. And programmatic engagements combine several projects under a single mandate, allowing structuring of many projects on a rolling basis. In other regions, we've been supporting engagements that include 5 to 10 projects in a single mandate. So that's a solution that can be used to further accelerate project development. We also heard a lot about the regulatory and governance aspects. We heard that the first set of regulation was important to create the stage and set the basis to attract the first international private players. But Uzbekistan should continue developing its institutional framework, as we heard. Although we focus on project structuring, we must keep in mind, as it was said, that structuring and tendering projects are just the very beginning of the long-term partnerships, and PPP management will be just as critical for the success of the program as the structuring. And I think in this context, something that's also mentioned, I think it's mapped by the government and mentioned by my colleagues, is on the capacity building. It's one of the most critical areas to assure the development of a robust PPP market. It's important to assure that the PPP department and the implementing ministers are fully aligned and familiar with the PPP contracts as they're being developed, so they can effectively monitor and implement and help monitor the implementation and the operation phases of the project. We have seen in many jurisdictions how the continuity of project structuring staff have played a key role in strengthening government capacity, accelerating project structuring time, assuring continuity, contributing to timely decision-making process while gradually improving projects. We see this as a sort of iterative process. So I guess governments gain experience in structuring and managing contracts, their programs gain strength and take off. And I think this is the case. On the other hand, we have seen how constant rotations on staff have limited the development of institutional memory and then resulted in delays in the advancement of PPP projects. The other thing that's very relevant in our experience is, of course, dialogue with the market. This is always critical, and events like this PPP roundtable are part of this strategy, but we would also encourage the government to continue consulting the private sector on a bilateral basis to learn the lessons from the difficulties they have on a day-to-day. The GIF has done part of this exercise with some private partners, but also to identify what are barriers that exist for new sponsors to come to Uzbekistan. I think that's just the start, and we need to look into a larger universe of sponsors coming to the country. On the financing side, we discussed the dominance of the DFI, which is not a problem per se, but as we see the program developing, we definitely will need more commercial financing, and the issues that are required to be addressed in order to attract commercial financing are complex. So it's something that should be on the map very early on to assure that the program achieves its goals. We talked about government capacity, but we also heard a lot about local private market capacity. And in that sense, local players play an important role in the development infrastructure value chain, providing services, facilitating international investment, and eventually becoming bidders and sponsors on the market, as well as financiers, as discussed. We also heard concerns on the fiscal side. And I think the government is aware of those. So many projects rely directly or indirectly on government support. Many projects will also require substantial capital subsidies. So having those mapped, addressing those within projects, but also having an aggregate view will be critical. So this doesn't become a barrier in the future for the program. I mean, I want to conclude by reaffirming GIF's commitment to Uzbekistan efforts in developing infrastructure to private sector, encourage the government to continue building upon its successful partnerships with MDBs and the private sector as the formula to scale up infrastructure investment. And we look forward to the successful outcome of the GIF supported projects, but most of anything, the program as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And I would like to thank all the distinguished panel speakers for their wonderful contributions. And I would just like to say, I think that the secret of success is really setting good, achievable goals and resetting the goals when needed. And this strategy 2030 for us is really that sets new targets that are challenging yet achievable. And as the Deputy Minister Hojayev mentioned, also some of the areas that we're working on, I think it's reassuring to also hear similar feedback from you. And I think we all need your ongoing support as always, more intense maybe in the future. So that we can meet our development goals all together. Thank you very much.
Of Infrastructure Capital and former Deputy Minister of Finance. The panelists for the session include John Zaidi, Country Director from Aqua Power, Remedy Hassan Forder, Eurasia Director from Meridiam, Walid Madwar, General Manager from Metito, Elian Carbonell, COO for Central Asia from Suez International, and Frances Laforet, Projects Director for Central Asia and the Caucasus. From Veolia.
Bir. Good morning, good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to be moderating this panel, speaking to private sector participants. We are missing one panelist, Shaheen. I'm sure he will join us soon. But our panel is between, just before the lunch. So if you don't mind, we'll just get going. And then Shaheen will join and we'll ask the questions when he joins. Again, thank you all very much for coming. I guess PPP Roundtable, events like this is so important to everybody here, all the stakeholders, the government, yourselves, the private sector, investors, consultants, financiers, bankers, and companies like ourselves, just to take stock of, what's been the most amazing journey that Uzbekistan has had in the last 5 years. And of course, there's been a lot of discussions from the plenary session to the session that before us about the perspectives coming from the government, from international financial institutions, but of course, very important to get your views as well. So this panel is about listening to you, what you've seen so far, and basically and how we can together support future projects, future project preparation, implementation, and make sure that all these projects are future-proof. Let me start with John from you. Akwa is one of the major PPP investors in Uzbekistan with several renewables, CCGT projects. And you signed contracts for projects both under PPP law, investment law, and you've been through the tenders, bilateral negotiations. So you are in a kind of a unique position to provide a good feedback for us. Since you are a repeat investor in Uzbekistan with multi-billion-dollar investment pipeline, could you please explain the reasons why you keep coming for more projects in Uzbekistan, and also what we can do better to keep you engaged in future?
So, thank you very much. Let me first thank you, everybody who has organized. Mr. Babaruchayev, thank you for you and your team, PP, who's been very kind throughout our journey here. And I think these are the small things which gives investors a lot more confidence when we are looking at a big picture. We, as Aqua, are very blessed and thankful for the opportunity given by Uzbekistan to come here and develop an infrastructure which is going to help the growth going forward. From our perspective, yes, we do have a unique position. We have both bilateral as well as PPE, and both, in their own ways, are equally important. I think it's the growth which is required from our perspective needs both models to be in a way projected that can help the growth which is and cater the growth going forward. So this is very important. There are subtle differences, definitely, when we approach the structure of the financing, the way the project is developed. I think our team during the PPP has felt that there are two different aspects. One is the pre-development, where we have certain amount of, I think, work can be done, and before the RFPs are given, a lot more information can help us. We are very cautious that sometime data is not available, specifically when it comes to the site which has been picked and ENS requirements, depending on the lenders, and especially those are very crucial requirements which can change the scope as well as the timelines for the project. So those are certain areas which we believe can be improved in some ways, maybe a more proactive way. But on the other side, I think we were very comfortable that we were given lots of good templates. We know how the structure will come, the contracts will be structured. But more importantly, what we appreciated that was the speed of decision making when the bids were on, and the way the teams across different ministries were able to coordinate together and try to push that contract once that done. But it took us quite a lot of time. During this, we saw lots of changes. You lose your institutional, memory, and then you have to restart. So those kind of things are there. On the other bilateral, I think we faced some kind of similar kind of challenges, but the speed was there. So if you sit down, you discuss, you move forward, and those were quite obvious. There are certain amount of issues, simple issues like custom duties, for example. So in bilateral way, you can sit down and discuss it, while in the PPP model, we had to go a lot of more bureaucracy in some ways. And I'm using this word with consciousness that we are in a emerging market. Lots of teething problems are going to come, but the effort behind that, I think we should appreciate that. Uzbekistan is in a very unique position, and I think we all are enjoying that moment, because we are, as Aqua, we are getting into green hydrogen, we are bringing the renewables, which is the future, and trying to get to that transition and the goals. So that uniqueness of bringing new technologies comes with a little bit more understanding, from this different perspective, from the structure of the like battery storage, for example. Even for DFIs, it's a little unique. How do you structure? How do you tariff that? How do you factor in what kind of technology? Why 10 years, not 25 years? A lot of questions which come out. And I think what we have seen is that the government has been very proactive in supporting us, understanding our point of view, but at the same time, that dialogue has really helped push some of those. For example, Sirdarya, our flagship program, was a bilateral, and it's working right now. We are already generating 1,000 megawatts, but going forward, any other big projects, I think the PPP model will also support, because we already have the benchmark, we already know what the teething problems were there, and we will be much more informed, and I think we can do much better in terms of execution and reducing time. So from Aqua's position, we are happy in both formats, because we believe in the vision this country offers. I think by now, within Central Asia, as we go across other countries, I think I think there's no harm in saying that a lot of countries are going back and trying to ask us what Uzbekistan, how you're working in Uzbekistan, what is the government offering you in this both formats, and they are trying to rekindle their attraction of investment. So we are very proud to be here, and very positive for the outlook also.
Thank you very much, John. And of course, we think that there's much more infrastructure investments to do, both in the energy sector and outside of the energy sector. And of course, Aqua Power is pioneering in many ways, and I think that will set good benchmarks for future projects as well. Walid, let me turn to you now. Metito has won the tender, ADB tender, for the first wastewater treatment plant in Uzbekistan. That was award-winning. I actually collected the award in London last year. But since the commercial close, there's been some time, and the project is still not financially closed. Is it normal in other jurisdictions? Is it perhaps there's things that we should have done better, or you should have done, when I say we, government should have done better, or you should have done better? I was part of the government until recently, so.
Thank you very much. Just to start here, Metito is committed to work in Uzbekistan, and we see the commitment from the government side. And once we see the commitment from the lenders, the advisors. So there is a vision and commitment for all parties to participate in this country. So this goes without saying. Any project has a problem. And myself, I worked in Africa, Balkan, CIS, Far East, GCC, Middle East, as we close projects. So I found different problems, different cultures, and so on. Now, talking specifically here, I don't see I don't see that the financial close here in this our project in Mangan took longer than it's supposed to take. When I see the RFQ and the RFP and the contract negotiation and signing took 1 year, okay, I see that the financial close is supposed to be within 6 to 8 months period. That's fair, I would say. And based on that, okay, we are a bit frustrated. There are some regulation between the instruction to bidders and government regulation in terms of some environmental aspects that cause this delay. We hope that it will be resolved very fast. We comply with the tenders documents, tenders regulations, and based on that, we put our best offer. We hope that it will be resolved very, very soon, okay? So in that regard, yes, you're right. It took longer than it's supposed to take. Okay? This is the longest financial close I've ever seen in that regard. So the frustration also shows in the, when it comes to the updating financial model, the revenue, the cash flow, the EPC price, the lender's appetite, all of that, it caused a lot of internal frustration that we have to address it to our shareholders and so on. Okay, so we hope we can overcome this very quickly from the government side. We are here, we are committed, and we see a lot of pipeline coming up, and we are about to sign the second project. So we look forward for Uzbekistan and the surrounding area as well here. Okay, and definitely by resolving this issue, you will send the right signal to the market. So that's quite important to the public, because the PPP community is not spread all over, it's not everywhere, it is limited. The PPP community, the lenders community, so everybody knows everything. So it's very important to send the proper signal here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Walid. And I think this project was also, it's like you're paving the way for other wastewater treatment projects in Uzbekistan. In a way, it's the first of its kind for us from Uzbek perspective. And I'm sure that colleagues at the Ministry of Economy and Finance are working very hard together with other ministries to get the necessary presidential decree passed soon, which I hope will also be an important, I would say, a milestone for you to get it closer to the financial close. We're very much looking forward to the financial close of this project. This will definitely pave the way for the others.
Definitely, we're looking forward for that, and just to flip this page and then move on to the second and third projects.
Thank you so much. Remy, I admire Meridium. I mean, it's my personal view, Remy, because in my new job at Infrasia, I've been talking to a lot of funds. And to be honest with you, I was open in public as well. We don't see many funds. We see industrial sponsors, which is good, which is great to have all of you here. But we don't see many funds. You are probably an only or one of the very few who can do emerging markets, frontier markets, and we applaud this decision. We are eager to see Meridium actually doing transactions here. So again, from funds perspective now, when you enter the market like Uzbekistan, when you choose projects that you are currently discussing with the government, what are the critical success factors that you look at? And what kind of potential issues that we need to be addressing so that hopefully fast forward 1 to 3 years, we will see more funds in the market?
So first, many thanks, Dilbek, for your kind words. Many thanks to the government to have invited me. As you said, Meridium is a bit of a unique proposition because we are an infrastructure fund with 25 years life, focusing on greenfield. So I think here the market is really greenfield. It's really about new investment in infrastructure rather than effectively different ownership of infrastructure. So it's Uzbekistan for that, it's effectively music to our ears because it's what we are looking at. The thing is, so we're also looking as an investor for impact. So it's important for us because long-term infrastructure, it's about essential infrastructure, resilient infrastructure, which provide impact for the communities. So when we looked at a country like Uzbekistan, first there is a good track record in changing the law, opening the economy, doing PPPs, although it was mostly in the energy sector. But it's a very good track record. So we are looking at sectors, and in the sectors in terms of impact, education is important, healthcare is important. It's those sectors, and mobility is important, and those sectors where we can add the most value effectively. So what is important for us is first the stability of government, the existence of a law, the fact that the law has been applied, that there has been financing, the presence of all the partners of DFIs are really important. We are also looking at a pipeline, so the fact that it's not only one project, but it's many projects in sectors, that those projects are a priority of government, because with our 25 years, the fund will be still there in 25 years' time. I won't be here probably, but we're looking at this long-term partnership with government. So the priority of government and the fact that there is a pipeline is important. Just to see, we've seen that in Turkey, where in Turkey in 2010, the Turkish government decided to launch a program of PPP of healthcare, of hospital. They did 17 for more than 15 billion, and we participated to 5. It was not immediate, it takes time, but it's a journey. So what's count is the pipeline, the framework. It has to be a bit repeat, so that it's not a change each time from one contract to another contract as the time goes, so that it's continued to attract investors.
Thank you so much. And if I may also, just one follow-up question on what you have mentioned so far. We have this track record in energy sector. I mean, John mentioned earlier, and energy sector really has gone in terms of following the standards and fast-tracking the transactions, even under PPP law. I think they've had a sizable success. Remy, obviously, you've heard in the plenary session, advisor to Mr. President also mentioned about fast-tracking PPP projects, PPP preparation period, and Marcos mentioned earlier that UPDF will solve the problem. UPDF, Uzbek Project Development Fund, is an important, unique, let's say, fund. Hopefully, when it's established and up and running, it will help procurement of consultants, and which will definitely help the actual project preparation. But how do you view Swiss challenge?
So first, I have to stay very humble because I mean, all my co-panelists here have invested in Uzbekistan, have project, and I'm here, new kid on the block, not that much kid anymore also. But we have not done any project yet. So we effectively are looking at tenders. So effectively, there's not been any tenders in those markets of education and healthcare. So we are very grateful for the DFI for all the work they've done. But we are waiting for those tenders. So very humble because I've been here 2 years, but not a transaction yet. So as you say, looking really forward to it. On the Swiss challenge, I think if it could help developing the market, it would be great. The question is probably that there is a timing in this, because if you look at the energy sector, it started with tender, And then once there was tender, first the ministry knew how to do it. I mean, they had gained experience. Plus, effectively, the DFIs knew some of the price, and they were referenced, and all those type of things. So I think it's a good time now that the first tender are going to come in that sector to think about, could we help the development with alternative ways to do transaction? So Swiss challenge is one. I think what is important is that it's supported by the FIs, because effectively there are those who have effectively debt financing. We discuss about, is there commercial debt? There is not much commercial debt, so effectively we need DFI financing for those deals. So I think it would be a good idea to progress together with the DFIs and see what is financeable and how it could be financeable, and how effectively government, us, the DFIs could work together so that this Swiss challenge or other ways to improve effectively the pipeline in addition to the tenders.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Francois, thank you for joining. And of course, Tashkent District Heating Project, again, referring to the opening speech of the advisor to Mr. President. He also mentioned about the size and scale of the project. I was personally involved in that project during the negotiation stage. So now, in PPP projects, it takes two to tango, private and public partner. So what's your experience has been so far with the public partner? How have they been doing? It's been, when it was operational, 2022 July, right? It's been nearly 2 years. So your feedback on that, please.
Thank you. Yes, sorry for my late attending anyway. Yes, regarding the PPP project or the district heating of Tashkent, it has been a process of 5 years until now. The first phase was the negotiation phase, the first 3 years, sorry. From the very beginning, we start to implement first the idea, then proposing solutions in terms of business plan, contractual approach, etc., etc. So as soon as we start to promote what we would like to proceed, we feel that from the counterpart, the public party, the advice from the ADB was very, very important. Why? Because ADB, as an advisor of the public party, was already knowing how to proceed, how to advise, how to say, I can say. And this advantage for the public party, for me, has been very important in order for the municipality, even for the government, to understand better how to proceed. Because Veolia is an international company, we just arrived with our international idea, international process, international everything, but it was not the case here. And to understand better what is the best way between the public party and Veolia, the ADB advisor was keen at that time. Secondly, I think that after the signature, the public party has to understand better how to facilitate, how to improve the way of the private partner to proceed. And one of the thing that is important for us is to have a road paved through elements that is the way that we are going to deliver the service. For example, as we are providing services for municipality, the master plan of a city is very, very important for us. And we think that in order to develop new businesses, new opportunities, a master plan of Tashkent city or other big cities has to be implemented quickly. It will ease the way for international operators to arrive in the market. A second thing, for example, is to develop new laws, social laws for the salaries. When we arrive, for example, in Tashkent, we transfer over than 4,000 people from public party to private party. And believe me, it was a challenging period to go that way. So yes, paving the road is important. Have a good advisor, this is very important. And it is the way that the private sector can invest on the market.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And it's been obviously after 2 years or nearly 2 years of operation, we have seen the visible improvements, obviously in the heat provision, and of course communication with the public as well, which is.
Yes, communication. We provide a service for end user, but we are paid through the end user, but also through the municipality because of the subsidies. So we have to deliver a service that satisfies both parties. And large part of improvements of the service that we deliver is based on effectivity of the service that we deliver. We are paid for that, but also on the communication. How do we communicate properly to our clients to be sure that they understand what we are doing? But because mainly we do not change anything compared to the previous time. We just improve the efficiency, we improve the performance of the service, we improve a lot of things, but for the end user, it's not so different. It still eats on the radiator at the end of the day. And improving the service by providing the service for less money, less capex, more improvement, more technical things, it is important to communicate on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francois. Alan, it's great to have you in the panel. We know, obviously, your discussions with the government on water sector, specifically Surkhandarya water, and I think that is an important project in itself in terms of water provision. I want to ask you about another sector, which is solid waste management. We know that Suez has a global expertise, and in Uzbekistan, we've had some PPP projects, but in a much smaller scale. In order to bring an international investor of your caliber, in order to efficiently manage the wastewater, solid waste issues, what are the key things that we need to be looking at? How can we scale up the solid waste management projects?
So thank you. Yes, Suez is an old company. We have 160 years of existence, and today we work half in the water and sanitation sector, half in the waste sector. So we experience in waste in France and abroad. And we are trying to develop this activity in emerging countries. So far, we are very happy with Uzbekistan. Our experience in Tashkent is quite interesting, and we are very, let's say, committed to improve the level of services, communal services around the country, and especially in waste. So what are the key elements here? First of all, we need to deliver solutions which are adapted to the context. This is important. So we have to know the context. We spoke about data. So collection of data is quite important. We need to know what will be the inputs, what will be the waste in terms of volumes, in terms of composition, in terms of calorific value. We need also to know what will be the off-taker of the products that we can generate. Energy, recyclable. If we speak about incineration, fly and bottom ashes. If we speak about composting, compost. So we need to qualify who will be the off-takers, what is the price, the value of this output. We have to rely on proven proven technologies. It's good to innovate, but we also need to be sure that the technology works elsewhere and is reliable. So this is an important point. And then we have to determine targets which are realistic and per phase. For example, if we speak about sorting is starting in Uzbekistan, but it's not so developed. So I think we need to go phase by phase and implement progressively this sorting to determine what should be the factor of landfill diversion through the sorting. Secondly, we need to have a project which is bankable. Bankable means that the allocation of risks and responsibilities between the parties must be fair and balanced. This is very important. We need also to have long-term agreements, of course. So waste supply, to be sure of the waste which will be delivered, and if we generate energy, purchase power agreement on the long term. And then we think that the tender that should be done for waste should be based on the output and not on the technology to let let's say, the offerers to propose the best solutions. So output will be the driver for the waste. And finally, we need a project which is affordable for end users, for the government. So we need to have a gate fee in the waste facility which reflects the local capability of paying the service. This is very important. We need to guarantee the sources of revenue. So we have to determine how the waste will be paid, who will pay it. So the full chain should be, let's say, functional in order to be sure that the revenue will be here. And we can also here, let's say, think about phases, because we have, let's say, sort of education of the citizens and to have something feasible in terms of waste. So I think the approach should be phased and progressive.
I'm just going to pick up on your bankability point, right? You said affordable. You also mentioned tariffs should be low. But I mean, have you seen in different parts of the world that such kind of solid waste projects can be done without government subsidies?
I think for emerging countries, we need to let's say, accompany the project with subsidies, most probably because the tariff of the waste is quite low in many countries. Many people do not pay, and this is also a reality. So you have to educate the people, you have to implement the solutions to make the people, let's say, pay and to channel the money where it must come. So meanwhile, you are doing that, and you need to invest and operate. You need to accompany, like in Sulkhandaria, it's a little bit the same story. You need to accompany with subsidies, and the idea is to decrease little by little subsidies until you reach, let's say, an equilibrium, and when your revenues can, let's say, compensate your OPEX and your CAPEX. But yes, to start, it's reasonable to think that subsidy will be needed.
Thank you so much. But it is possible. You've seen it in other international markets where subsidies could be reduced or eliminated at a longer
Yes, especially in
period.
Morocco, we have this experience, yes.
So no subsidies in Morocco now. Yeah. Yes. Fair enough. I just wanted to pause here and open the floor to any questions from the audience, to our distinguished panelists. Any questions, comments on this specific topic? Don't be shy. Otherwise, I'm going to go back to my list and ask the other questions. No? All right. Again, we are standing between lunch and this, so maybe one or two questions, if you don't mind. Then we'll start wrapping. Walid, I'm coming to you. You mentioned about new projects. You mentioned about your long-term plans in Uzbekistan. Can you talk about them? What are they? How you're going to do it?
Well, we have projects coming up, and sometimes I don't like to talk much about it, to be honest. But we are eager to increase the team in the country here, okay, with the support from UAE, our back office. And we're looking forward just to expand from Uzbekistan to the surrounding area. So our base will be Uzbekistan at the moment, okay? We have projects like pumping stations that we are interested to pursue, and it's a bit unique for us. And it is multi pumping stations that goes into phases. So that's it's a unique experience for us as well. As you know, we are into water, wastewater, and these are projects at the moment. But I don't like to elaborate much more on that. But one thing I'd like to bring from, if you don't mind, is for us being, or all of us maybe coming from abroad, working in Uzbekistan or any country, okay? And I've seen in some countries that there is a one-stop shop entity that will help us. So in Africa, we worked in a country, and there is a one-stop shop where you have the investment, you have to register the company, the environmental impact assessment certificate and approval and so on. So you really offset a lot of burdens coming abroad to a new country, regardless which country we're talking here. So this will help us to do business, okay? And this entity will coordinate with the various government entities. Let's say I need to get the land approval, land lease agreement, or power agreement, or whatever agreement, construction permit. They will direct us where to go, and they will tell us, they will inform these ministries that, you know, based on a certain level of capacity building, okay, I can't say it's perfect, but it's good enough to have a start and to coordinate with the various government entities. One of the countries I worked with like 10 years ago I dealt with 13 government entities. So you're coming from Dubai and you want to go somewhere in Africa, and it's not easy, right? It's not easy. But once you have somebody is supporting you, it makes life easy. And not only at financial close, but later they have another department to facilitate custom duties, for example, or any other issues that it is addressed. Okay, so we go in the same one-stop shop, which is something after financial close, is just to facilitate in case something happens. This is something that I'd like to see in here and many countries. Okay, so anyhow.
This is very valuable feedback,
Yeah.
Walid. Of course, that issue has been raised, and there's been a number of solutions provided. Again, I'm not talking on behalf of the government or anything, just my experience has been that given it's a new method, let's put it that way, where we are seeing the government, Uzbekistan is seeing investors like yourselves, professional, at the same time bringing foreign capital, foreign know-how to this country. Of course, what you're saying is very valid. It takes time for us to, you know, develop certain capacity to be able to absorb this, let's say, what you're bringing here. I think it's not an excuse or anything like that. It's just an explanation that PPP has been relatively new. Some of the standards, especially Namangan wastewater, the European standards versus local standards being much higher than the European standards. Again, I didn't know that. I thought European standards are European standards. I mean, everywhere you go, European standards are good, right? But apparently in Uzbekistan, European standards fall short of our expectations. Because obviously the rivers doesn't go to the sea, but it's used for irrigation and drinking. And there are reasons, of course, for every single thing. But you should also understand that probably now in the last 5 years, 6 years, thanks to the policy of Mr. President, the country is opening up and receiving a lot of investments and attention, which is great, And we're on a learning curve. But fast, you know, if you go back 10 years, 15, 20 years, we've never had this kind of discussions. We've never had this kind of frank and open debate, feedback coming from, let's say, Metito or Suez or Veolia. This is sort of happening. Again, 5 years, for some it's short time, for some it's long time. But definitely to increase the overall capacity in the country, 5 years is nothing. 5 years is like a blip in the eye. So it will get there, I'm sure. So stick with us.
I hope so. We're here.
Stick with us. I'm sure there will be second project, third projects will get easier
Definitely.
As the path will be paved for other projects. Again, last question I wanted to raise, and I will open it to everybody in the panel, is that we've seen enormous increase in interest rates globally in the last couple of years. There's also enormous increase in geopolitical tension as well. Wars happening where it shouldn't, and this is very, very unfortunate. So it's all costing us, costing you, costing the government, costing everyone. So in the case, given this kind of developments and given your own expectations, how can let's say country like Uzbekistan manage this escalated costs? Project costs now versus project costs 5 years ago, 4 years ago, it's two totally different things. How can it be managed? Any volunteers? John?
Give a very illiterate answer. I think we are an emerging economy. So for any investors, we have our own internal hurdle rates. And I think the way we structure the overall project, the cost, at the end of the day, we are long-term strategic investors. We are not here for a buck to make within 5 years and go. So costing of the project, and that's why we are the cheapest. When we come to from Aqua's perspective, this is all the time we push for that. And we also collaborate in innovative ways to bring specific financing tools. And we are very lucky to have, EBRD and ADB and all the other, DFIs who are there to support us. But yes, the local, element which is missing. We believe like working capital facilities, it's hard to get us. So we are bringing $9 to $11 billion worth of investments, and then we can't get a $40 million working capital facility here because the central bank regulations are still stifling the whole system. And that's our kind of very, subjective view probably. But when we talk to the local banks, I think there are certain regulations which are hindering them to bring their, to raise good, cheap financing. And then specifically the way they are structured in terms of dollars, in terms of local, the inflation and other aspects come in. But I think the way we are, Aqua is very, very instrumental in finding new investors within our project as well, to de-risking it, but also to bring commercial banks from other parts of the world also, other than DFIs. So it is a pressure, but I think the way we have structured it, that we are able to provide the cheapest tariff in a long-term ways for 25 years. So I think, yes, these hiccups will come, but I think that shouldn't stop the overall reforms around the banking, overall, the confidence level which is there. I think the stability of laws, the stability of institutional understanding that reforms which are happening, they're going to bring the positive. They give de-risk. So when people are coming to this Uzbekistan, I think their view about how they view risk is very different, and therefore the pricing of that will be different. But it has to be a constant dialogue. If I may just to build on our experience in terms of the one window solution kind of thing and these things, they happen because the way we work is we put a working group and we request the ministries to sit down together and resolve those issues all together, along with the agencies which are there, and sometimes they help. And these financing costs, they obviously reflect on our tariff, and there are moments where they have provided us good support. We had a crisis when the war broke, and we had to bring our insurance were down, costs were down, but the government stepped in and they provided us support. So I think those kind of things, they build the confidence, and as soon as the risk is low, the cost will go down.
Yes, Alan?
Yes, I think in Suez that, as you said, Uzbekistan is in a learning curve, but Suez is also in a learning curve working with Uzbekistan. So yes, the project cost in fact, will probably decrease, in fact, I guess, because more you know the country, more the country, let's say, is open, and more the reforms are done, the regulations are completed, the framework is in place, the solutions are there, the project cost will decrease. So this is my perception. For example, in Tashkent, we took 3 years to go from the contract to the start of the activity. We think that the next project will be faster. And this means, let's say, less project costs, and finally, this will be reflected also on the price of the services. So I am confident that this evolution is favorable also for the developers. They can propose, let's say, services faster in better conditions, and a little bit industrialize also the process of making projects and contracts.
Walid?
Just agree with Alain regarding the how we can optimize the cost, but there are some certain elements is out of our control. Shipping cost, insurance cost, financial cost. Yes, I can outsource better material, better contractor. Knowing the country, I can optimize many things, but yet still things are sometimes outside our control. Then comes the other things like custom duties, or any tax haven that can enhance, let's say, for a certain period of time, you can, for tax haven or custom duties for long term for the operating cost, some materials, chemicals, stuff like that. So there are some elements that it can be controlled under the SPC, and some elements that's really, I say it, outside our control.
And none of you are worried about high interest rates? Financing costs.
Financing costs. The lenders that can answer this question better than us here. You know, we are just we go with the. You know, they are the one who not a. We are the nice guys here.
Thank you so much. No, it's thank you very much. I would like to wrap up our session now. All of you, thank you very much for your contributions, but even more, thank you for being in Uzbekistan over, some of you last 5 years, some of you recently, and hopefully for you, Remy, very soon, you will have your first projects and stay with us. Uzbekistan is definitely a country to invest. I believe in that. We had we were talking in the morning, a $50 billion GDP in 2018 when I joined the government. Now, this year, hopefully, we will pierce 100 billion mark. GDP increased twice in the last 6 years. And you heard the advisor to Mr. President, it will become 160 billion, hopefully, in 2030. 2030 in 7 years, 6 years' time. The country's population is growing, so we will soon reach 40 million, probably earlier than 2030. And of course, much more infrastructure needs to be built to prepare the country for $160 billion economy or 40 million people. And more projects, that means, and Mr. Hojayev showed that. But, the point I'm trying to make is that with the right reforms, with the right leadership, the country is on the right path. With the growth comes higher budgetary revenues. Trust me, I was at the Ministry of Finance, I know. The budget revenues tripled in the last 6 years, which comes higher affordability, because some of the projects can only work with some government subsidies or grants, and we understand that. So fast forward 2030, again, I hope we'll meet much faster than that, but I'm really hoping that we'll sit in a panel like that, celebrating many successes with yourselves and hopefully with new investors on new projects. And hopefully most of you will stay, all of you will stay and increase your investments in Uzbekistan. Thanks a lot.
Now we move on to a very interesting session on the government's vision and its plan to achieve the $30 billion goal. During the session, 9 government ministries and departments will present their plans, including the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Preschool and School Education, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Construction, Housing and Communal Services, Directorate of New Tashkent, JSC Usuf Taminot, and JSC Uzbek Hydroenergo. We have split the session into 2 parts. May I request the representatives of Ministry of Energy, Mr. Umit Madaminov, Minister of Preschool and School Education, Mr. Timur Kamilov, Minister of Transport, Mr. Ilhamjan Abdukaforov, and Minister of Health, Mr. Farhod Tashplatov, to come to the stage, please. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be here, especially this event together with the stakeholders and then with the public-private partnership expertise and then the IFI institutions all together here. And we all know that PPP projects will help the government also to bring the private investment to the government industry and then leverage resources and then private expertise. So when we talk about the energy industry in Uzbekistan, it's I think it's one of the main industry who's doing a lot of projects in last couple of years. I don't say 5 years, last 2 years, it has been tremendous change in Uzbekistan, specifically in energy industry. And we have reached over 12 gigawatts, 12,140 megawatts of power capacity. We have already signed public power purchase agreements. And also this is worth about nearly $14 billion. So when we go to the projects, specifically 32 agreements with solar and wind power plants with capacity of 11.7 gigawatts already signed, so which is a huge capacity for us because when we think about our current generation capacity is about 17 gigawatts, but we have already signed close to 12 gigawatts of renewable, which is intermittent source of energy. So I mean the going to the renewables, going to the green is a good idea, but integrating such intermittent source of energy is very difficult. So we need another nearly near 20 to 30 billion dollars for the infrastructure now, because we have to increase the projects in the transmission level, distribution level, digitalization of the industry, putting all the SCADA AMS systems, automation, management, all should be available to host this huge capacity of renewable energy generation. Only this year, on the previous year, 2023, we have commissioned 1.5 gigawatts of renewable energy, which is wind and solar. And the companies like Masdar, Aqua Power, biggest developers in the world, we can say. So they're committing and they're putting their efforts. They are doing a really great job for developing such projects in Uzbekistan. Also, we have some Chinese companies also involved here. They're also coming as an EPC contractor, as an investor. And then the projects for the wind and solar are almost reached the its level, limited level for our grid, as I say. But we are not stopping. We are doing for the infrastructure development projects. We are working on the transmission expansion. But you know, based on Uzbekistan law, we cannot, the private sector cannot own the transmission lines. So this will be a little bit challenge. But we know from the, here the expertise are sitting, there are ways to do these PPP models to help this, to give the private party for transmission lines. So they can build, transfer, then operate, or there are several models to work on it. So there is an opportunity in this transmission lines and distribution, substation, other lines. There are huge opportunities available. And we are working on increasing the automation for the grid. So we are working with the Chinese part and then the other European companies to bring the latest SCADA EMS system to monitor. And another biggest opportunity is now storage projects, BSS, battery energy storage capacity, because in order to integrate such large level of large capacity of renewable generation, we have to have at least 50% of reserve capacity. And unfortunately, we are limited on the hydropower projects, so we need to increase the battery storage systems here. So we will have more battery storage projects on the upcoming years. And but for the infrastructure development, we have to catch up with the renewables, because renewables they're building really fast. For example, only last year, at this time, we signed one PPA with one of the Chinese company called Gijoba Group. They started putting the pillars in May. In December, they commissioned already 200 megawatts. They're doing 200 to 500 megawatt projects. They commissioned 200 each by the end of December. Within 6-7 months, they delivered the project. Why I'm telling this? Because when we do some PPP projects with the with the tender system, like under PPP, the process continues at 2 years, 3 years. So I don't know how we should discuss about this point. I mean, why it's going too long. I mean, there are some ways to see. I mean, for direct negotiations, I can see this result-based projects. Most of our projects are direct negotiation. So the company is coming and offering us the lowest prices, and we are comparing with the international prices and then existing prices and the timeline when they will commission the project. And if it's suitable, let's go ahead and do it. And it's giving its results already. We are seeing that they're really fast. Yeah, in the energy industry, not only the generation side, so infrastructure will be coming, there will be a lot of project in infrastructure development. And another option, we have hydropower projects, small hydro projects all over Uzbekistan that could be worked on as a PPP base. And we have very huge couple of projects for the pumped hydro projects, which is nearly 150 megawatt each. So this will be also a huge option for the PPP project option. And energy efficiency is also another area. So there will be a lot of opportunities also if the companies will be involved in this area. Yeah, and new small projects coming up in for the EV side of because every year EV is increasing, so charging stations might be agrivoltaics. We are currently working on it. Very soon there will be a new decree for agrivoltaics projects. It's we call it innovative solar projects for solar project for agriculture use. So if any company wants to come here and invest, so if you use only 1% of the agricultural land, it will be around, if you have 20 million hectares, so 20,000 hectares, nearly 10 gigawatts of opportunity available there already. So this is another opportunity. And carport systems, for example, for the parking stations. This is another opportunity we can create the small PPP models from that. So that's why I urge all the stakeholders, companies to, build up the project and come up with us. We can help to deliver those projects. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Mr. Timur Kamilov from the Ministry of Preschool and School Education. Thank
you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Our distinguished guests, colleagues. I'm indeed delighted to be here and to present so-called our presentation devoted to further education future of Uzbekistan. Okay, let's go through the slides. Sorry. So, that's it. I'm not going to speak meticulously on missions of our ministry. You are very well aware what we are doing and what is our mission. So of course, we implement unified state education policy in secondary education and goals for transforming public education. You can see from here what kind of goals we have been assigned by head of our Republic, His Excellency, our President. And what I would like to say that we are experiencing a huge demographic boost in our country. And year by year, it is actually good that we can use them as a demographic dividend, but in the meantime, we lack student places. Just for information, the quantity of students engaged in general secondary education is over 6.3 million, and we have more than 5 million student places, schools. So in the meantime, that means that we lack more than 1 million student places. Yes, we have to admit that government is actively allocating huge amount of money from state budget, but this is not enough, and what we are looking for is we would like to leverage other instruments, mechanisms, and one of the option is PPP in the field of school. So in the meantime, we have 3 projects that we started with several IFIs. One of them is the project that we have been implementing with the technical assistance of ADB. This is 13 schools in Tashkent city and Tashkent region. Meantime, the concept note approved, tender RFQ had been launched, and we are on the track for the tender RFP in upcoming May of this year. And hopefully, we anticipate that we will have contract award in the beginning of September of this year. Well, another project is more than 15 schools in Namangan and Fergana regions that we have been working with IFC. And third one, 15 schools in Andijan and Samarkand regions. And what I would like to say that those projects should be, I mean, this is our anticipation, should be a good pilot and finally benchmark for the other huge projects. And besides those projects, what I'm saying. As per the ambitious Uzbekistan strategy 2030, we are obliged to make more than 500, to be accurate, 550 schools on a PPP basis. So we hope that those initial projects will create for us a good experience, and we can redefine, we can develop the regulatory basis and other documents, and based on those projects, we can prepare the other PPP projects. Thank you very much for your attention and commitment in a transformative process of our education. And that's it so far. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Mr. Ilhamjan Abdugaforov, Deputy Minister of Transport.
Ассаламу алейкум. Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники встречи, коллеги. С вашего разрешения я буду свой доклад делать на русском языке. Позвольте коротко рассказать об основных задачах Министерства транспорта Республики Узбекистан. Но это выработка единой государственной транспортной политики, проведение единой тарифной политики в сфере транспорта, реализация мероприятий по развитию международных транспортных коридоров, развитие государственно-частного партнерства в сфере транспорта и дорожного хозяйства и внедрение передовых информационных технологий. Коротко остановлюсь на проекте. До сегодняшнего дня в сфере транспорта на основе ГЧП реализован один проект по модернизации управления международным аэропортом Самарканда. Хотел коротко рассказать о данном проекте, который за короткий период привел к успешному результату. Общий объем инвестиций в рамках данного проекта составил $177 миллионов, в том числе доля вклада частного партнера составила $93 миллиона. В сентябре 2021 года подписано соглашение о ГЧП между государственным партнером в лице акционерного общества Uzbekistan Airports и частным партнером ООО «Аэромаракан» на срок до 2041 года. Со стороны государственного партнера выполнена реконструкция аэродромного комплекса, построена новая взлетно-посадочная полоса и построен VIP-терминал. Со стороны частного партнера построен новый пассажирский терминал с пропускной способностью 1000 пассажиров в час, здание инженерного обеспечения, административное здание, топливо-заправочный комплекс и здание кейтеринга. И с 1 июня 2022 года осуществлена передача соответствующих объектов аэропорта, включая специальную технику и оборудование частному партнеру. Теперь остановимся на перспективных проектах на основе ГЧП в сфере транспорта. В настоящее время Министерством транспорта совместно с уполномоченными министерствами ведутся работы по реализации ряда проектов в области развития автомобильных дорог, аэропортов и железнодорожных станций на основе механизмов ГЧП. Ну, начну из самых двух крупных проектов, которые это проект по строительству платной автомобильной дороги Ташкент-Самарканд и Ташкент-Андижан. Этот вопрос, я думаю, интересует многих инвесторов, участников данной сессии, и вопросы были подняты даже на предыдущих сессиях. Проект по строительству платной автомобильной дороги Ташкент-Самарканд, предварительное ТО проекта было разработано в июне 2021 года. Средства для разработки детально-технико-экономического обоснования выделены Европейским банком реконструкции и развития. По итогам тендера, проведенного EBRD, победителем признана турецкая компания ProEP, и в сентябре 2022 года подписан контракт. Проект включает строительство шестиполосной автомагистрали категории 1А, Также планируется построить новые мосты, путепроводы и реализовать интеллектуальную транспортную систему. Проект разделен на 3 основных этапа в зависимости от топографии, землепользования и административной юрисдикции. Это Ташкент, Сырдарья, Сырдарья-Джизак и Джизак-Самарканд. Предварительный отчет и проект прединвестиционного исследования представлен консалтинговой компанией, уполномоченным министерством и ведомством. И согласно условиям контракта, заключенного между EBRD и консалтинговой компанией, детальное ТО проекта планируется завершить в апреле 2024 года. После согласования ТО проекта с уполномоченными министерствами предполагается объявление тендерных торгов в августе 2024 года. Следующий проект – это реализация проекта по строительству платной автомобильной дороги Ташкент-Андижан. Ташкент-Андижан. Предварительно технико-экономическое обоснование проекта разработано при содействии Всемирного банка в апреле 2020 года. Проект строительства автомобильной дороги Ташкент-Андижан также состоит из 3 этапов и включает в себя строительство платных туннелей на перевале Камчик. По результатам проведенных тендерных торгов победителем был выбран консорциум английской компании ARUP и PwC, с которым заключен контракт 4 августа 2022 года. И 27 июля 2023 года был утвержден разработанный консультантами предпочтительный вариант трассировки маршрута, в котором общая протяженность маршрута 314 километров. На сегодняшний день со стороны консалтинговой компании ведется разработка ТО проекта, который планируется завершить в марте текущего года. После согласования технико-экономического обоснования будет принято постановление правительства, и в апреле 2024 года планируется и тоже объявление тендера. Отметим также, что параллельно ведется работа по разработке законопроекта о платных дорогах, и в настоящее время оно на обсуждении в министерствах и ведомствах. Следующий интересный проект – это проект по строительству платного тоннеля на перевале Тахта-Карача. В настоящее время город Самарканд и Шахрисаб соединяет 85 километров двухполосной дороги. Автомобилистам приходится преодолевать Заравшанский хребет, который находится на высоте более 1600 метров над уровнем моря. То есть сложная серпантинная дорога без возможности проезда большегрузных машин и автобусов. Предполагается строительство туннеля. Предварительная длина туннеля около 7 километров. И срок реализации проекта период с 24 по 26 года. Наряду с этим проектом предусматривается реконструкция существующей дороги с подходами к туннелю. На сегодняшний день есть 2 проекта по модернизации аэропортов. Это аэропорта Андижан и аэропорта Ургенч. На сегодня аэропорт Андижана в настоящее время не функционирует в связи с реконструкцией. В соответствии с поручением руководства страны планируется передать его в управление частному оператору на основе ГЧП. Предполагаемый общий объем инвестиций составляет $136 миллионов, из них вклад партнера около 77 миллионов. Учитывая важность данного проекта для региона, планируется реализация данного проекта в период с 24 по 25 года. Финансирование инвестиционной программы аэропорта Андижан осуществляется за счет государственного партнера Узбекистан аэропорт и частного партнера выбрано на основе тендера. И в настоящее время тех документы все готовы, и идет согласование проекта, и объявление тендера предполагается в 3-м квартале 2024 года. Проект развития международного аэропорта Ургенч. Учитывая потенциал исторического города Ургенча, ожидается в течение ближайших лет краткое увеличение туристов и пассажиропотока в область. Исходя из этого, необходимо расширение пассажиропотока данного аэропорта. Предполагаемый общий объем инвестиций составляет $181 миллиона, из них вклад частного партнера оценивается $72 миллиона. Сроки реализации проекта 24-26 года, срок ГЧП проекта аэропорта 20 лет с 26 по 46 года. По проекту частным партнерам планируется строительство нового терминала с пропускной способностью 1000 пассажиров в час. Ориентировочная общая площадь будет 39 тысяч квадратных метров. Кроме этого, предполагается построить грузовой комплекс, способный обрабатывать 20 тонн груза в день, и склад площадью 900 квадратных метров. Со стороны государственного партнера будет полностью реконструирован аэродромный комплекс, включающий строительство нового взлетно-посадочной полосы длиной 3500 метров для возможности принятия самолетов любого типа, а также реконструкцию и строительство рулежных дорожек, перрона, замена светосигнального оборудования. Отбор частного партнера предполагается организовать путем тендерных торгов. Ну и еще один проект в части железнодорожного транспорта. Министерством транспорта разработан проект правительственного решения о привлечении частного сектора к работе на железнодорожных вокзалах, расположенных в городе Ташкенте, Самарканде и Коканде. На основе государственно-частного партнерства предусматривается привлечение ведущих компаний в сферу управления вокзальным хозяйством на срок не менее 10 лет. Частному сектору на условиях ГЧП будет доступна следующая полезная площадь вокзалов для оказания услуг пассажирам. Это Ташкентский северный вокзал, это 27 тысяч квадратных метров, Самаркандский железнодорожный вокзал 9,5 тысяч квадратных метров и Коканский железнодорожный вокзал 14 тысяч квадратных метров. На этом мой доклад завершен. Если будут вопросы, хотел бы отметить, что и консультанты по проектам платных дорог здесь находятся, и МФИ, Всемирный банк и EBRD, специалисты Комитета автомобильных дорог. Мы в кулуарах можем рассмотреть все вопросы, уточняющие детали при необходимости. Спасибо.
Now we'll hear from Mr. Farhod Tashpolatov, the Deputy Minister of Health. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, hurmatli ishtirokchilar, hamkasblar. Let me say a few words in Uzbek. Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, avvalambor Sog'liqni saqlash vazirligi nomidan hamda shaxsan o'zim nomimdan mazkur davra suhbatini tashkilotchilariga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchi edim. O'z navbatida vazirligimiz tizimida xalqaro moliya institutlari ko'magida davlat-xususiy sherikchilik tamoyillari asosida loyihalarni amalga oshirish, sohani rivojlantirish, yangi innovatsion davolash usullarini joriy qilish hamda chet davlatlarida faoliyat yurituvchi nufuzli tibbiyot muassasalari va tibbiyot oliy bilim yurtlari bilan samarali hamkorlikni yo'lga qo'yish orqali O'zbekiston xalqiga tibbiy xizmat ko'rsatish sifatini va ularni foydalanish imkoniyati samaradorligini oshirishdan iborat. Vazirlik ushbu maqsadlarga erishish uchun xususiy sektor subyektlari bilan ularni tajribasi, resurslari va innovatsiyalaridan foydalanishni maqsad qilgan. Umuman olganda, vazirlikni sog'liqni saqlash sohasidagi davlat-xususiy sherikchilik dasturlarini amalga oshirilishidagi vazifasi aholiga yuqori sifatli, qulay va bemorlarga yo'naltirilgan yordamni ta'minlaydigan mustahkam va barqaror sog'liqni saqlash tizimini yaratishdan iborat. Asosiy maqsad xalqaro darajada bo'lgan nufuzli tibbiyot muassasalari va oliy tibbiy ta'lim muassasalari xususiy sektor bilan birgalikda strategik hamkorlik qilish orqali innovatsiyalarni rivojlantirish, sog'liqni saqlash, infratuzilmasini rivojlantirish, aholini umumiy salomatligini farovonligini oshirishdir. O'z navbatida men qisqacha betda hozir davrada juda ham ko'p hamkasblarimiz o'tirishibdi, muhtaram insonlar. E'tiboringlarni video rolikka qaratmoqchi edim. Biz qisqacha video rolik tayyorlab kelganmiz. Ruxsat bersanglar, shu hamma ma'lumotlarimiz bor shu davlat-xususiy sherikchilik loyihalarida mavjud sog'liqni saqlash tizimidagi takliflarimizni roadshow sifatida bir qisqacha ko'rsatib bersak. Marhamat. Iltimos qilamiz.
Is located in the center of the Great Silk Road. It is known as the crossroads of caravan routes connecting Asia, Europe, and Africa. Uzbekistan is the country with the largest population in the center of Central Asia. It borders Kazakhstan in the north and northeast, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan in the southeast, and Turkmenistan and Afghanistan in the west. The total length of the country's borders is 7,090 kilometers. This vast land has been one of the most developed trade, cultural and artistic centers in the world for a long time. This place, which made an incomparable contribution to world civilization in its time, is returning to its historical roots and is taking bold steps to promote development and progress in the region. In Uzbekistan, a new era has begun in the healthcare system as well as in other areas. In particular, our country is becoming the medical center of the Central Asian region. The dynamics of population growth show how much the demand for this service is growing and the need for new projects. The population of Uzbekistan reached about 36.5 million. Note that in 2001-2007, the population of the Republic increased by 500,000 per year and 600,000 per year in 2007-2013. Between 2014 and 2018, Uzbekistan experienced an annual growth of 700,000. After 2019, growth accelerated. In 2019-2020, the population increased by more than 800,000 per year. In 2021, it increased to 900,000 for the first time. Since then, about 900,000 new generations have been joining our ranks every year. Due to the country's rich potential and innovation in the field of healthcare, medical tourism is rapidly developing in our country. Today we will inform you about our plans, current situation, indicators and figures regarding the prospects of the development of not only private medicine, but also the entire healthcare system. And we are ready to hear your suggestions. Share of the private sector in the medicine of Uzbekistan. Today, a total of 8,300 non-governmental medicine organizations are operating. 1,618 of them are in patient facilities. More than 43,200 treatment places have been created in them. Over 17,000 doctors and 26,000 secondary medical workers work in the private sector. 159 private hospitals are operating in the Republic with the participation of business circles from more than 20 foreign countries. In the city of Tashkent, there are above 1,700 private hospitals. In Andijan, there are more than 750, and in Samarkand, Kashkadarya and Tashkent regions, there are higher than 650. Currently, private medical institutions provide beyond 2,250 types of medical services in over and above 200 specialties. The share of the private medical sector in overall healthcare in our republic has reached 30%. Private medical organizations are observed to increase by 600 and 700 on average every year. Public and private sector cooperation. Until 2022, the country had never purchased medical services from the private sector. Starting in 2022, the government began to purchase medical services from the private sector. Now the country considers the private sector its partner and reliable partner. The number of private hospitals providing medical services to patients in need of social protection on the basis of the government order has reached 45. It is predicted that by 2025, the private medical sector in Uzbekistan will cover 50–60% of the current patient volume and workload of the public health sector. In 2021-2022, the private medical system introduced privileges. The validity of customs duty concessions for medical equipment has been extended until January 1, 2025. Until this period, medical institutions were exempt from value-added tax for imported medical equipment. Private medical organizations were exempt from the turnover tax when providing medical services. The private medical sector was also exempt from profit tax. Private medical institutions were exempted from land taxation. The collection of tourist hotel fees from treatment facilities was cancelled. Clinical bases of higher medical education institutions were established in non-state medical organizations, and permission was given to improve and retrain doctors and nurses. Graduated young professionals were allowed to work in private hospitals without qualifications for 5 years. The number of foreign investors willing to relocate or establish branches of their clinics to Uzbekistan due to provided tax and housing benefits is increasing. In 2022, more than 50 new state hospitals were opened based on foreign investments. Today, the number of foreign healthcare institutions has reached approximately 160. A total of 57 projects worth 833 billion sums were signed under the public-private partnership. The total value of internationally implemented major projects portfolio in the Republic is $1.4 billion. International project list. Project 1. Construction of a comprehensive multi-branch clinic in Rafshan City by the Renaissance Company. Project cost $400 million. Project 2. Establishment of a comprehensive hospital in the Gichdewan district of Bukhara region by Chalik Energy Company. Total cost $75 million. Project 3. Establishment of large-scale medical centers in Samarkand, Kashkadarya and Jizah regions. Total cost $200 million. Project 4. Management of the Republic's specialized urology research and medical center in collaboration with Turkey's Sogdiana MK Medical Center. Total cost $35 million. Project 5. Establishment of diagnostic and outpatient treatment centers in Samarkand and Bukhara regions by Oncosam Company. Total cost $30 million. Project 6. Construction of multi-branch hospitals in Fergana, Samarkand, Kashkadarya and Jizah regions with the support of the International Finance Corporation. Total cost $500 million. Project 7. Establishment of specialized visual diagnostic centers in 3 regions of the Republic. Total cost $25 million. Project 8. Establishment of multi-branch hospitals in Bukhara and Andijan cities with the support of the Asian Development Bank. Total cost $150 million. Project 9. Establishment of comprehensive multi-branch clinic in Tashkent City by India's Akash Healthcare Company. Total cost $100 million. Project 10. Establishment of the Tashkent Medical Cluster by India's Zarmed Pratiksha Hospital Group Company. Total cost $15 million. Project 11. Establishment of the multi-branch Innovation Diagnostic and Treatment Center under the State-Private Partnership at the Republic Cardiology Research and Clinical Center. Total cost $9 million. Our proposals We are ready to offer 19 specialized medical research and treatment centers in the field of cardiology, endocrinology, hemodialysis, and other specializations across the Republic to investors for reliable management. In the Republic of Karakalpakstan, Samarkand, Jizakh, Namangan, Sirdaryo, Surkhandarya, Khorazm, and Kashkadarya regions, the establishment and managing modern multi-branch hospitals. In the Republic of Karakalpakstan and the regions of Andijan, Bukhara, Jizakh, Namangan, Sirdaryo, Surkhandarya, Fergana, and Kashkadarya, we have plans for the allocation of medical centers focused on quality therapy. We are also ready to entrust the Bukhara Medical Academy Clinic with reliable management. The Institute Clinic is newly built, well-equipped, and has 200 beds. We are ready to cooperate actively in the outsourcing of various services with organizations under the Ministry of Health of Uzbekistan. These include laboratories, sterilization, food services, laundry services, maintenance and repair of buildings and structures, provision of services to engineering and technical systems. For example, the Degishi Medical Company from Turkey is rapidly carrying out lab service outsourcing in Navai and Bukhara regions. Additionally, the Ministry of Health of Uzbekistan is prepared for the installation and operation of MRI and CT scan equipment and the purchase of these services. Dear entrepreneurs and investors, Uzbekistan's medical sector offers broad opportunities and immense potential. Uzbekistan is considered a significant market for collaboration for any investor. You can invest confidently and secure your place among foreign investors in our country. We are actively working to bring all foreign clinics into the healthcare business in Uzbekistan.
Thank you very much. Katta rahmat. O'ylaymanki, bu ma'lumotlarimiz hammasi qisqa, lo'nda, ya'ni juda ham qisqa qilib aytilgan. Agarda qo'shimcha yana ma'lumotlar kerak bo'lsa, men shaxsan o'zim shu davrada o'tirgan yoki kim keladi gaplashadigan bo'lsa, alohida vaqt ajratib, har vaqt men ochiqman, biz ochiqmiz vazirlikda qabul qilib gaplashib suhbatlashishga men tayyorman. Shu bilan birga men qo'shimcha bitta loyihani aytib o'tmadik. Toshkent shahrida hozir mana iqtisodiyot va moliya vazirligi bilan birgalikda juda ham bitta katta loyihamiz bor. Shuni ham aytib o'tmoqchiman. 1175 o'ringa ko'p tarmoqli, mnogofunksionalniy deyiladi ruscha qilib aytganda, klinika qurish loyihasi ham bor. Uni ham agar qo'shimcha ma'lumotlari kerak bo'ladigan bo'lsa, biz yana taqdim etishga tayyormiz. Rahmat e'tiboringizga. Savollar bo'lsa, if you have questions, bemalol. Thank you very much.
Now we'll hear from Mr. Anwar Duvlanov. He is the head of the PPP department at the Ministry of Water Resources. Thank you.
Assalomu alaykum yig'ilish ishtirokchilari va mana shu davra suhbatini tashkillashtirgan barchaga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildiraman. Bugungi kunda yurtimizning rivoji uchun albatta xususiy sektorga ulushi, xususiy sektorga jalb etilishi bu juda muhim. Bu sohada ham Davlat suv xo'jaligi vazirligi tomonidan bir qancha davlat xususiy sheriklik loyihalari amalga oshirilmoqda. Bu bo'yicha ham muhtaram prezidentimiz tomonidan bir qancha shart-sharoitlar yaratib berilmoqda bizga. Endi ushbu suv xo'jaligi sohasida amalga oshirilgan davlat xususiy sheriklik to'g'risida O'tgan davr mobaynida demak sohamizda 6 trillion so'mlik davlat-xususiy sheriklik, ya'ni 463 ta loyiha amalga oshirildi. Bunda sohamizda 327 kilometr irrigatsiya tizimlari, 955 kilometr melioratsiya tarmoqlari, 416 ta nasos stansiyalari davlat-xususiy sheriklik asosida xususiy sektor boshqaruviga berildi. Ushbu loyihalarimiz doirasida xususiy sektorda 110 milliard so'm investitsiya mablag'lari jalb etildi. Demak, bu jalb etilgan investitsiya doirasida bizani 82 ta nasos stansiyalarimizda agregatlar yangilandi, zamonaviy elektr tejamkorlarga almashtirildi va 110 million kilovatt soat elektr energiya iqtisod qilindi mana shu loyiha doirasida va 105 ming gektar o'sha nasos stansiyalarga bog'langan yer maydonlari meliorativ holati yaxshilanib hamda suv ta'minoti yaxshilandi. Demak, o'tgan mana shu 2023 yilda bir yil oladigan bo'lsak, 300 ta davlat-xususiy sheriklik loyihasi amalga oshirildi. Mana shu 300 ta davlat-xususiy sheriklik loyihasida demak, dastlabki yillarda, ya'ni 24, 25, 26 yillarda 351 milliard so'm xususiy sektorda investitsiya mablag'lari jalb etilishi rejalashtirgan va jalb etilmoqda. Demak, bu investitsiya mablag'lariga sohamizda mana shu loyihamizda 315 ta nasos agregatlari yangilanadi va 300 ta energiya tejamkor qurilmalar o'rnatiladi hamda 10 yil davomida 833 million kilovat elektr energiya iqtisod qilinadi. Bu degani 1 trillion 400 milliard so'm byudjet mablag'lari tejaladi degani. Bundan tashqari mana shu nasos stansiyalar yoki boshqa suv xo'jaligi obyektlari davlat-xususiy sheriklik asosida xususiy sektorga berishimizda shu kunga qadar demak 7 ta loyiha, yirik loyiha amalga oshirildi. Bular 7 ta tumanni to'liq davlat-xususiy sheriklik asosida xususiy sektor boshqaruviga berdik. Misol uchun aytadigan bo'lsak, mana Toshkent viloyatida Quyuchirchiq tumanida bitta tumanda to'liq xususiy sektorga o'tkazganmiz, DXSH asosida. Demak, bunda loyiha qiymati 53,8 milliard so'mni tashkil etadi. Yer maydoni 45.370 gektar. Loyihamizni davri 10 yil muddatga. Demak, bu loyihamizni bir qancha o'sha tumandagi nasos stansiyalar, gidroinshootlar va irrigatsiya obyektlari, melioratsiya obyektlari hammasi ularni ekspluatatsiya qilish, ularni modernizatsiya qilish va agromeliorativ tadbirlarni amalga oshirish to'liq xususiy sektor, xususiy sherik tomonidan amalga oshiriladi. Demak, bu 10 yil mobaynida xususiy sektorni salkam 13 milliard so'm mablag'lari, ya'ni loyiha qiymatining 24% o'sha agrotex tadbirlarni amalga oshirishga jalb etiladi. Bunda albatta o'sha tumanimizda mana shu agrotex tadbirlar yoki boshqa ishlarni amalga oshirish, meliorativ ishlarni amalga oshirish uchun byudjetimizdan o'sha ajratilayotgan mablag'larni kamaytirishligi olib keladi. Bu o'z o'rnida o'sha xususiy sektor tomonidan o'sha suv ta'minoti uchun o'rnatiladigan zamonaviy onlayn boshqa qurilmalar, zamonaviy texnika va texnologiya jalb qilish natijasida misol bir yilda 83 million kub suv tejalishiga olib keladi. Bugungi kunda xabarlaringiz bor, hammani suv sohasi juda dolzarb bo'lib turibdi. O'shaning uchun bizani suv sohasida asosan mana shu raqamlashtirishga e'tibor qaratilgan va hurmatli prezidentimiz tomonidan belgilab bergan ustuvor vazifalardan bittasi davlat-xususiy sheriklik asosida suv xo'jaligi sohasini boshqarishni xususiy sektorga o'tkazish. Ya'ni bundan ko'zlangan maqsad xususiy sektorni jalb qilgan mablag'lari asosida suvni hisobini yuritish, suvni hisobini elektron yuritish va o'sha agrotek tadbirlarni amalga oshirish va o'sha sohada suvdan foydalanayotgan suv iste'molchilarida suvga bo'lgan bir egalik huquqini paydo qilish ularni. Shu asosida suvni tejab tergab ishlatish maqsadlar qo'yilgan. Endi bu yilga mana 24-yilda oldimizga qo'yilgan vazifalar demak bunda umumiy qiymati 10 trillion so'm bo'lgan 500 ta davlat-xususiy sheriklik loyihalarini amalga oshirish reja qilib olganmiz va bu bo'yicha allaqachon ishlar boshlangan. Demak, bunda 250 km irrigatsiya obyektlari, 1,5 km melioratsiya obyektlari, 310 ta nasos stansiyalari va 190 ta boshqa suv xo'jalik obyektlari xususiy sektor boshqaruviga beriladi. Demak, bu 500 ta loyihani amalga oshirsak, xususiy sektorda bu loyihalarga 500 milliard so'm investitsiya mablag'lari jalb etilishi ko'zda tutilmoqda. Demak, natijada 400 ta nasos agregatlarimiz yangilanadi, zamonaviy elektrotejamkorlarga almashtiriladi, irrigatsiya, melioratsiya tadbirlari xususiy sektor hisobidan amalga oshiriladi. Buni natijasida 300 ming gektar suv ta'minoti, 300 ming gektar yerlarda suv ta'minoti yaxshilanadi. Va o'sha loyiha muddati 10 yil bo'lsa, 10 yilda demak 400 million kilovatt soat elektr energiya tejalib 550 milliard so'm byudjet mablag' iqtisod qilinishi ham nazarda tutilgan. Demak, biza loyihamizni suv xo'jaligi sohasida davlat-xususiy sherik loyihamizni amalga oshirishimizda yildan yilga ortib borishini hisobiga va ularni monitoring yuritish, ularni xususiy sektorni moliyalashtirish, bu vazifalarni nazorat qilish hamda yuritishini elektronlashtirish maqsadida hozirgi kunda elektron platforma yaratyapmiz. Demak, bunda har bitta xususiy sektorni olib borilayotgan ishlari va majburiyatlari boshqalari aks ettiriladi unda. Demak, men bu yilgi loyihalarimizda xorijiy kompaniyalar hisobiga yirik loyihalar amalga oshirishni allaqachon boshlaganmiz. Demak, bunda Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi, ya'ni IFC inglizchasi, ushbu korporatsiya ko'magida demak 40 ta yirik nasos stansiyalar modernizatsiya qilish bo'yicha ish boshlaganmiz. Bundan tashqari mana 23-yilda Namangan viloyatida yirik 28 ta nasos stansiyalarimizni davlat-xususiy sheriklik asosida boshqarish bo'yicha xalqaro Metito kompaniyasi bilan hujjatlarini ishlab chiqib, birinchi bosqichini yakunlash arafasidamiz. Ikkinchi bosqichda mana shu Metito kompaniyasi bilan demak Farg'onada 10 ta va Andijonda 15 ta, Andijon viloyatida 15 ta nasos stansiyalarini modernizatsiya qilish bo'yicha yirik loyihalar amalga oshiryapmiz. Yana aytib o'tishimiz kerakki, Toshkent viloyati, Surxondaryo, Qashqadaryo viloyatlarida ham yirik loyihalarni amalga oshirish maqsadida Viola kompaniyasi bilan ishlayapmiz. Albatta, xorijiy kompaniyalarni bizani suv xo'jaligi sohasiga bo'layotgan qiziqishlari va bu sohaga ishlash uchun intilishlari bizni juda quvontiradi. Albatta o'ylaymanki, bu loyihalarni amalga oshiramiz. Yurtimizdagi mana shu suvga bo'lgan munosabat va tartibga solish va ularni hisobini yuritish bo'yicha pirovard natijaga erishamiz deb o'ylayman. Sizlarga katta rahmat. Agar savollaringiz bo'lsa, mana shu davlat-xususiy sheriklik bo'yicha ishlayman. bevosita moliya va iqtisodiyot va moliya vazirligi bilan biza loyihalarimiz juda qiziqarli. Shuning uchun kim loyihalarga qiziqish bildirsa yo ishlashi xohishini bildirsa, biz doim ishlashga tayyormiz va bundan minnatdor bo'lamiz. Rahmat.
Well, thank you for enlightening us. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Babur Omonov from the Ministry of Construction, Housing and Communal Services, Mr. Rajabov Sharov from Directorate of New Tashkent, Mr. Jamshed Jalilov from JSC Usuf Taminot, as well as Mr. Jawahar Jorayev from JSC Uzbek Hydro Energo. Thank you. We will start with Mr. Babur Omonov, who is the head of PPP unit at the Ministry of Construction, Housing and Communal Services.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, assalamu alaikum to everyone. On behalf of the Ministry of Construction, Housing and Communal Services, it's my privilege to express our deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Finance, Economy and Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan for their steadfast support in our PPP projects. As well, we extend our sincere appreciation to the International Finance Corporation for their partnership and assistance in their help of implementation of PPP projects. We believe that together we are working towards sustainable development and prosperity for our nation. And beginning our presentation, with your permission, let me shortly introduce to the tasks and missions of our ministry. Firstly, we are aiming at managing and improving communal services such as water supply, wastewater treatment, and heating to ensure efficiency, reliability, and environmental sustainability. We are also working on ensuring adequate heat energy, wastewater, and drink water supply, as well as developing and enforcing regulatory frameworks related to construction, housing, and communal services to ensure compliance with safety, quality, and environmental standards. And talking about projects which are currently being implemented, I would like to start with introduction of our, I suppose, well-known for most of our colleagues, project of construction of Namangan Municipal Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is being implemented with a well-known investor, Mititi Utilities Ltd. As we can see from the details of the project, the total amount of investments which will be made from the side of private partner equals to $96 million, and it's being planned to completely construct new sewage treatment plant with capacities 100,000 cubic meters per day in the Namangan city, and as well we are planning to construct a collector that drains treated wastewater with length of 8 kilometers. And moreover, it's planned to introduce the most modern wastewater treatment technology, which has no analogs in Central Asia. And by the way, I also would like to add from my side, taking into consideration that this project was already announced in this meeting, that it's like a common, the PPP projects might take little more time, especially in the countries where PPP mechanisms is just being implemented. So we believe that with patience and courage, we will be able to tackle all of our pending issues. And by the way, our ministry is also developing a number of projects in the field of district heating supply with the implementation of cogeneration technologies. One of them is project of modernization of heat supply system Bukhara region on the terms of PPP. And overall talking in all heating projects which we are considering is one of our main goals to implement cogeneration technologies. We aim to utilize the most energy efficient methods to reduce energy losses, lower operational maintenance costs, and enhance the liquidity of our heating plants. Additionally, as part of our plans, we intend to transition entirely to a closed loop heating system. This will be achieved through the installation of individual heating points and smart meters, which we believe that it will enable us to precisely measure hot water and heat consumption at each node of system. The same we are planning to do in the Bukhara project with the advisory help of ADB. And we also got the ongoing projects in heating, district heating, which are developing right now with the help of one of the biggest companies of the Saudi Arabia, and with the advisory help of the well-known Synergy Consulting. And preliminary total costs of projects are being calculated to around $300 million, with total amount of power more than 100 megawatts. Also, we are planning to implement the cogeneration technologies as well. And moving to the next slide, I would like to make a short introduction to our potential upcoming heating projects, which we might think, and we have already discussed it, to implement with the help of the International Financial Corporation. And it's a development of heating systems in the city of Samarkand and Zarafshan, one of the biggest cities and one of the the touristic cities, especially Samarkand. So the project entails the modernization and expansion of the existing heating systems to ensure sustainable and efficient heating for the residents and businesses. And both projects are aimed at improving the heating infrastructure, incorporating modern technologies and methods to enhance energy efficiency, which again, I would like to emphasize that's one of our main goals. And in conclusion, again, I would like to thank everyone for the Ministry of Finance and IFC for your valuable contributions. For sure, this discussion has been enlightening, showcasing the potential for collaboration and innovation in our and other fields of infrastructure projects. We believe that our partnership will make significant progress. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Mr. Sharaf Rajabov, who is the Deputy Director at the Directorate of New Tashkent. Thank you.
Hammalarga assalomu alaykum. Menga ruxsat bersangiz, ingliz tilida davom etaman. So, first of all, I would like to say thanks to organizers and the participants of this huge event, and that this event is very important for Uzbekistan, and which is conducted on the regular basis. And for me, it's a great honor to be a part of this global program, PPP program 2030. And I will try to present very briefly, because I know that we are already behind of our schedule, and then I think that we'll try to highlight the main points of this crucial project. Sorry. According to the presidential decree, the 232, on the measures of the established the new Tashkent city, and also the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers of the Republic of Uzbekistan number the 568, the Directorate of the New Tashkent under the Cabinet of Ministers was established and started the work. And in particular, in order to build the city of New Tashkent, which is the 20,000 hectares, in total, and the 6,000 hectares for the first stage, and this land were selected from the Upper Chirchik and the Middle Chirchik district of the Tashkent region. And from our side today, the detailed master plan for the first stage is under the development, and that will be approved soon. And also it will include the digital twin for the first stage of the city. I would like to emphasize some economic indicators that can be very important in our understanding of the project. So the population of the country is growing the positive trend from year to year, and this annual increase is more than 700,000 annually. So the GDP is exceeded the 90 billion for the last year, and our goal is to reach the 160 billion USD dollars. And it's important to remember that this observing the development of the economy of Uzbekistan, we can safely say that over the past several years, the steps taken indicates that the large amount of the huge volume of the work is done, and this can be like some guarantee that the continuation of this trend in the future. And if we talking about the project itself, I will not be afraid to say that this project is one of the biggest in Uzbekistan, and not only in Uzbekistan, but in the whole region. The construction of New Tashkent is the new stage in the development of the Uzbekistan, and of course the long-term project, because it's more than 20,000 hectares, as I mentioned before, and will include the PPP format and as our main priority. And it's important to note that the construction of this city will be an engineer for even the greater improvement of the condition for the citizens of the Uzbekistan and the guests who will come to visit our country, and the development of the infrastructure, both urban and suburban, and also improvement of the environmental conditions and components, which is very important nowadays, and contribution to the economic development of our country, and many other social benefits. If we talk about the project itself, so we can see here that it's divided into the several districts. I will not mention the area or the main points of these districts, but you can see that it's covering all main social aspects that will be implemented in this project. Leading the foreign companies and experts take a part in this project as well, and the work is carried out and accelerate the pace, but observing the level of the quality. So we can say now that the British company, the Chinese, the Turkish, the other European countries, companies are participating, and already we see that the success of this project, because the last year the concept of the new Tashkent was presented to the president, and it was approved by, and nowadays we are following this concept on 100% in time. So we can see from this slide that the location of this city is very good for the investors, and not only for the investors, but for the local people, for the citizens and the guests of our country. And we see that all necessary resources for recreation, for the business, living, are found in the most convenient location and near to the new Tashkent. One of the most important aspects is our key features. On these slides, we try to highlight some the features that we would like to reach when the project will be implemented. So, of course, the new Tashkent will be the smart city. The latest innovative technologies like the Wi-Fi 7 or the 5 or 6G and other things will be presented, and we are working closely with direction with our European and Asian partners in this term. New Tashkent places special emphasis on the environmental components. Special attention is paid to the green standards. We try to, as this project is a greenfield, we try to, from the beginning, we try to follow these standards, the international standards like the BREEAM, LEED, H, and I hope it will bring some positive aspects also in terms of the attracting the investments from the international organizations. Of course, an important direction is the introduction of the international standards and high quality in terms of the education and medicine. Public transport and traveling facilities are also an aspect that is given a special attention by the Directorate. And all of these points are included in the concept that I already mentioned and that was approved by our President. And on these slides, we just try to combine all existing nowadays infrastructure projects. For the first stage, it's more than 21 infrastructure projects, and I will not go through I will not go in details for each of this project, but in case if somebody needs more detailed information, I will be here and we can just discuss it more detail. But I would like to highlight that we are covering all directions, like starting from the heat supply, sewage, and the power supply, water supply, the medical or transport area sectors. So I think that it's the huge volume and the huge opportunity for all the potential investors or all our partners from the international financial corporations. So, and this is the last slide that we would like to just highlight some conditions, but I think that it's under this, it can be under the discussion. So we just emphasize that we are open to cooperate in form of the PPP, but we can follow both the law, like the investment and the PPP law, and also we are highlighting some period, but I think that it depends on the project itself, so it also can be discussed. So one of the most important thing is that we try to make its localization also that some percentage, because we need to make the additional working place, and also we would like to support our local manufacturer. And I think other things other aspects we can discuss face to face. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, we are here to answer.
Next, we'll hear from Mr. Jamshid Jalilov, who is the head of the PPP division at JC Usuf Taminut. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, let me extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of Sultaminot to Minister of Economy and Finance, and as well as to International Finance Corporation for organizing this wonderful event. And we are pleased to be part of this roundtable. Okay, let me be very brief in order to save time. Joint stock company Sutaminot was established in 2019 and it's responsible for overall management of drinking water and wastewater systems in Uzbekistan. And it has local branches in each region of Uzbekistan and operates throughout the country. And general overview of the drinking water and wastewater sector in Uzbekistan. Having 36 million of population in the country, at the current stage, around 74% of the population is covered by centralized drinking water, and 6.8 million people, which is approximately 19% of population, is covered by wastewater systems. And as you can see in the table below, around in average 20-25% of the whole drinking water systems and wastewater systems are rehabilitated, and 70% are outdated or they need rehabilitation or reconstruction. Here are the main mission of joint stock company Sutaminot, which is improving the corporate management system, financial and economic functions, reducing production and supply costs and expenses by introducing energy-saving technologies, improving the financial situation of debtors and creditors by starting systematic work on reducing debts, transfer of the industry step by step to self-financing by improving the tariff policy, centering payment discipline of consumers, and improving the financial situation of debtors and creditors by, yes, I think it is repeating. Here are the two projects, pipeline projects that we started developing with our private partners. The first one is construction of wastewater treatment plant in the Shirin district of Samarkand. As you may know, Samarkand is now working on constructing new city, Shirin, and so we have started working with our Spanish partners, Almar Water Solutions, to construct new wastewater treatment plant with capacity of 150 cubic meters per day, and construction of trunk sewer with a length of 20 kilometers. And currently, company is conducting pre-project research and initial feasibility study. The second project is also in Samarkand region. It is construction of wastewater treatment plants in 6 districts of Samarkand. We are working with a company from Egypt, which is called Hassan Alam Construction. This project is also on beginning stage, and we are working on doing pre-project studies and pre-feasibility study of the project. And it's also worth to note our project portfolio that we are implementing together with our partners, international financial institutions. Currently, we have 25 projects with total amount of 2.4 billion USD. And we also have pipeline projects, 24 projects with total amount of 2.2 billion USD. And out of that amount, 105 million of grant funds. This is our main objectives for upcoming 2-3 years. And here I would like to note that PPP, public-private partnership approach, is relatively new to our company, but we have taken a serious course towards involvement of private sector. We have mobilized additional staff to our PPP department, and we are working very close with our private partners on implementation of new projects. And as you know, our sector needs significant amount of investments, infrastructure investments, and we have set ambitious goals, and there are many objectives that we have to complete. And this is why we are very pleased to cooperate. We are welcome to cooperate with our private partners to implement new projects. This is all from my side. Thank you very much.
And last but not least, we'll hear from Mr. Jauhar Jurayev, who is the head of department at JSU, Uzbek Hydroenergo. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. So, First of all, on the behalf of the Uzbekistan Energy Joint Stock Company Management, we would like to express our gratitude to the Ministry of Finance and Economy, as well as International Finance Corporation for organizing roundtable PPP forum. So, short presentation. So on this slide, it's given activities of the Uzbekistan Energy Joint Stock Company. So as you know, our company established in 2017 according to the presidential decree in order to form a unified system for managing and the water energy resource of the Republic of Uzbekistan and to ensure centralized technological management of hydropower facilities. So as you see here, our activities, which is the implementation of unified technical policy in the field of electricity generation of hydropower plants, ensuring the safe and efficient use of hydraulic structures, centralized technological management of hydropower facilities, and the development implementation of program for the development of the hydropower sector based on the integrated development of the hydropower potential, ensuring an increase in the share of hydropower energy balance of Uzbekistan, as well as development of cooperation with international companies and financial institutions to attract foreign direct investment and advanced technologies for the implementation of projects for the construction of new and the modernization of the existing hydropower plants. So in our company, our annual production estimated 7 billion kW hours in 2024. So our capacity currently is approximately 2,228 megawatts. So according to our strategy till 2030, we have to bring the total capacity till 5,624 megawatt by 2030. And we have the aim to increase capacity more than 500 megawatt with the participation of the private investors on the basis of the PPP projects. As well as we have the strategy to some digitalization transformation and the implementation of the hybrid power plant projects. So next slide describes key performance indicators of our company. So from the moment of formation 2023, our company assets increased from 300 million till $1 billion US or 3 times. So income accordingly increased 64 million to 260 million US dollar. So it means like 4 times increased. So for the 4th year in a row, our company financial performance has been confirmed by the positive opinion of the Big Four international audit company, PricewaterhouseCoopers. And in 2023, Sustainable Fitch London assigned our company an ECG rating ranked number 2. And we are considered the first company to receive this rating in the Republic of Uzbekistan. The recognition reflects the company's commitment to environmental, social, and corporate governance principles, which marks a turning point in the company's sustainable journey. So it should be noted as a world practice. There are no companies with rating number 1. So even in Central Asia, there's no number ranked number 2. So we can. It's the fact that our company received the rating number 2 immediately is the first year evaluation of great achievement of high assessment of our activities. So, and also we achieved green certificates, which were put on the sale through the stock exchange. And the initial price was set €1 for 1 megawatt of electricity. So this, it's planned to bring an annual income $6 million US treasury to our company. So here is given some prospective projects of Uzbekistan Energy. So till 2030, it's planned to implement approximately 70 prospective projects with a total capacity of 3,395 megawatt, which course to increase UG's capacity from 2028 megawatt till more than 5 GV, short of saying. So as you see, here is the upper scan pump storage power plant and the hydrogen pump storage power plant projects are being developed with foreign partners. And we have a lot of number of projects, which is currently ready feasibility study with a total capacity of 866 megawatt. And this year, we have a plan to finalize the preparation of the feasibility study of the projects with a total cost of $380 million with a capacity of 180 megawatt, which is the cascade of the Aigain hydropower plant and the construction of the Akblock hydropower plant. And also, we started PPP bidding process. So in order to ensure the execution of the governmental degree, 5 small and medium size of the hydropower plants projects were selected and currently announced bidding. So total capacity of the PPP, 5 PPP project is 46 megawatt, and annual generation is 179 million kV hours, and total cost more than $100 million. And here is given the hydropower development, and as you see on the slide, the growth of the UG total capacity, which has increased 2 times in 7 years. And we also identified pump storage power plant projects. So it's possible to implement 16 pump storage power plant with a total capacity of more than 5 GW till 2030. So initial stage, we selected 4 projects, which is Karatari pump storage power plant. It's located in Karakal, Pakistan, Republic of Karakal, Pakistan, with a capacity of 500 megawatts. And Aydakul pump storage power plant, which is located in Jizak region, capacity is 300 megawatt, and Hajiken pump storage power plant and Upper Piskin pump storage power plant. So this year, we have to develop the feasibility studies of these projects. After that, we will start BD process of the PPP or starting negotiation with the potential investors. So as you see here is a given achieving of the ECG rating and as well as green certificates. So our credit rating is BB minus. So it will rise in October 2022 for 2021 financial status. So we have to plan to get a BB rating at the end of this year. So thank you very much, everybody. And our company invites investors to cooperate. And we have some small video, if you don't mind, so we would want to share, and I'm pretty sure it will be useful. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention. Now we'll be breaking for a coffee break. Please be mindful of time. Thank you. by Elena Vildanova. She's the National PPP Advisor to the Minister of Economy and Finances. And the panels include Mr. Abdulkadir Yakubov, who is the Director of the PPP Project Department at the Ministry, Mr. Zukhreddin Ibragimov, who is the Director of the Fiscal Risk Department at the Ministry of Economy and Finance, Elena Timusheva, she is the PPP Specialist with the World Bank, Mr. Ankit Chaturvedi, who is the Partner with Synergy Consulting, Mr. Nader Nuruddinov, who is the Co-Founder of Enfrasia Capital, and Mr. Nail Hassanov, who is the Founding Partner at Costa Legal. May I request that everyone to kindly come to the stage, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamal. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to our session, dear participants of today's event and esteemed speakers. So we invited 6 speakers from various backgrounds with different perspectives. And we would like to discuss with you today the topic of the regulatory and legal framework aspects. So to bring the context to our discussion, I have to reiterate what already have been said today. Uzbekistan has advanced in the PPP development, successfully signing PPP agreements totaling up to 17 billion USD dollars. And Uzbekistan has committed to maintain the momentum and to build up on these achievements. So as a part of this commitment, the new target was set to attract 30 billion spanning over the next 6 years. Actually, this is double amount of the investment value that have been attracted already. So, and the question is, we have to do something. We have to accelerate the pace of reforms and the pace of transaction development. And as it was discussed during previous sessions, one of the key drivers for expansion of PPP development, PPP pipeline in Uzbekistan, is robust regulatory and legal framework. So robust legal and regulatory framework is expected to ensure the streamline of mobilization of private resources, ensuring value for money, optimal risk allocation, but at the same time ensuring the fiscal sustainability of PPP program. So our primary focus of today's discussion is delving into directions how we can refine and strengthen the institutional, regulatory and legal framework to sustainably expand the PPP program in Uzbekistan. And if you don't mind, I will start with Abdulkadir Yakubov, head of PPP department at the Ministry of Economy and Finance. And my question would be to you, reflecting on the 5-year journey of PPP development in Uzbekistan, could you please share insights how the regulatory and legal framework have been evolving to ensure the growth of PPP transactions? And what are actually the current challenges that the government facing in implementation of PPP projects, and what is PPP unit undertaking to address these constraints?
Thank you, Irina. First of all, I would like to thank to all the participants here, as well as the participants who are watching us online. I think all the legal and financial aspects of public-private partnership itself have already been mentioned and highlighted by our key valuable partners, such as IFIs, stakeholders, as well as line ministries who have recently presented their presentation. So I would like to speak about a little bit more about the legal framework, as Elena mentioned. PPP law was adopted in 2019 and amended in 2021, and still we are enhancing this PPP law as well as rules and regulations like 259 as well as 509 were adopted several years ago. And by getting the study cases, by getting the experiences through the procurement process, we are still trying to enhance this regulation. When we start, if I start the history of public-private partnership, basically it started from executing 100 megawatt solar IPP in Nawai region with the collaboration of World Bank Group through the Scaled Solar Program 1. And then we signed multi-tranche basis, non-recourse project finance basis, multi-tranche memorandum of understanding with other IFIs like ADB, EBRD, and IFC in order to execute and implement gigawatts of the projects. And after successfully executing or implementing IFC Scalar Solar 1, we launched Scalar Solar 2, 220 megawatt in Jizah region and 220 megawatt in Samarkand region. And at the same time, we signed memorandum of understanding and development agreement with ADB to implement 1.3 gigawatt, if I'm not mistaken, solar independent power plants in Surhand area and other regions. And we did in Surhand area 457 megawatt solar independent power plant. Then other power plants like with EBRD 100 megawatts and 200 megawatt recently we launched. And these all projects have been implemented and executed through the regulation of the law of 537, let's say. And law includes all the necessary legal and financial aspects to implement public-private partnership in a proper way. What is the proper way? In order to execute the project on PPP basis, we need to identify the aspects like bankability, feasibility, viability, value for money, as well as value for people. So up to now, we let's say developed, implemented around $16 or $17 billion project by screening and identifying, which align it in these all aspects like feasibility, viability, value for money, and this kind of aspects. Now the public-private partnership is a long-term agreement, and without the contribution of let's say the participants like IFIs, like private partners and the public partners, we cannot implement these projects. These projects can be only implemented like a teamwork, as a teamwork, the contribution by all of from all the sides, from IFIs, from private partners, from line ministries, and they need to know, according to the law, is initiated by private partner or the public partner. If it is initiated, if it is, and the law allows for two-stage tender as well as, honestly, one-stage tender as well in Article 17, it envisages civis challenge earlier mentioned by our excellencies and as well as other stakeholders. What is a civis challenge? Civis challenge is simply you can initiate the project and give us the financial model or the concept if it is more than $10 million, as well as feasibility study. And if it is value for money, government will just announce for 45 days on the website. If there is any interested bidder comes, we'll make a one-stage tender. So we will implement on a fast-track basis. So this is the civis challenge. And the two-stage tender goes, and even until the commercial operation date, as well as after the commercial operation date, we do, let's say, monitoring the projects. The projects is based, if it is, it is a, let's say, large-scale projects. It is a non-recourse project finance based on the performance of generated, let's say, services or products. So we need to, how can I say, we need to involve and we need to, how can I say, monitor in a proper way, if I say in a short way. This is how we develop the public-private partnership project. At the same time, we focused on enhancing institutional capacity building in the, let's say, before it was a public-private partnership development agency. Now it is the Department of Ministry of Economic Finance. Institutional capacity building program by collaborating with World Bank Group, and we hired local consultants, international advisors who experienced and who has adequate experience, skills, as well as, let's say, knowledges to implement these projects. We focused on this, and through this support, we implement those projects. And of course, we can say there are direct negotiation. Yeah, of course, based on the necessity, we can have a direct negotiation and we can have two-stage tender. But however, through this two-stage tender, we can mitigate the risks of the counterparts, as well as we can come to know exact fair benchmark price for each and every project. So yeah, I mean the time is very less, I know. So up to 2030, we need to implement around $30 billion project. So this is a concept and agenda of this PPP forum. And we need to also consider in those projects direct and contingent liabilities which are not visible, because for this we need to identify the projects more and screen more and make it affordable, value for money, value for people, as well as feasible, financially viability, bankable projects. So for this we need the support of IFIs, we need support of line ministries, and we need support of our key valuable stakeholders. Thank you.
Mr. Abdulkader, thank you very much. I think they took this microphone from me, especially not to stop you. Yeah, but I've been informed before this session that actually we are running out of time. We are not fitting to the overall time frame of this agenda. So, and I've been asked to keep the session as short, within the 30-45 minutes. I will be trying to brief myself, briefly asking the questions. So, and I would also ask speakers to answer briefly if it's possible. So, just building on your last point regarding the fiscal sustainability of the program, this was reiterated by many speakers during today's session, and we have a special guest. We have a guest from the Ministry of Finance who is overseeing the fiscal assessment department. So, Zuhruddin Aka, the question to you would be, how does the government ensure the fiscal sustainability of the PPP projects? We are aware that the fiscal management framework was established previous year. So how is it integrated into the PPP landscape? And what are you going to do with the projects that already have been signed? How are you going to manage fiscal implications from these projects? And what will be the role of your department in the next project that we are going to develop?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the floor, and dear colleagues, esteemed partners, friends. As a fiscal risk assessment department, our role is identifying potential fiscal risk from PPP projects, assessing them as well as ensuring the sustainability of the PPP program. Regarding fiscal risk assessment, our department is now conducting rigorous analysis aimed at identifying and assessing fiscal risk associated with PPP projects. This includes assessing contingent liabilities, long-term fiscal implications, and macroeconomic impact. That's in short. So the management system actually is carried out based on Cabinet Ministers Regulation number 558 on October 23rd of the last year, which outlines the process for managing the state's fiscal commitments in upcoming PPP projects. This regulation mandates the public partner reflects direct and contingent liabilities in the PPP contract. Fiscal risk assessment department assesses the amount, acceptability, and stability of potential fiscal liabilities arising from the PPP project. Fiscal risk assessment department evaluates potential fiscal risk, particularly with those high rating, and ensuring the mitigation strategies are incorporated into the contract. Fiscal risk assessment department accounts all fiscal liabilities. And in order to manage these fiscal commitments for already signed PPP projects over the last 5-year projects in cooperation with Ms. Elena Timashua, World Bank assistance, it's been developed a database with dashboard for summarizing fiscal commitments arising from PPP projects implemented in the last 5 years. Through this database, direct and contingent liabilities will be monitored by our department and also will be taken into the consideration in assigning new PPP contracts, which plays a crucial role in ensuring the fiscal sustainability of upcoming projects to be developed. Moreover, in order to foster greater transparency and to enhance public trust and investor confidence, in few months we are planning to publish our report on fiscal risk assessment. So I think it's all will be helpful to ensure that government is really reliable partner and can fulfill all its obligations. And so we're gonna monitor all our risks. Our department actually established just recently, a few months ago, but still we've done huge job, I think, in cooperation with the World Bank experts. I should notify that in a few months we develop this legal framework, and I think there could be some amendments. We're working, we just seeing that what should be done further, and I think we will revise it maybe in 1 year later time, but we'll see that the process is unstoppable, and we start working. Just start working. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Zuhriddin. So actually, because this concern was raised by many speakers during today's session, the main takeaway from what you said is that government is aware about fiscal implications arising from PPP projects, and they will be managed, proactively managed, and your department is a part of the PPP landscape who will be ensuring the fiscal sustainability. Thank you very much. Yeah, and Zuhriddin already mentioned, when we're discussing the fiscal management framework, we cannot mention World Bank, because World Bank was from the beginning and has been emphasizing the importance of fiscal sustainability, managing these fiscal implications. So World Bank is a key partner, not only in fiscal management area, but also in other institutional areas as well. So Ms. Elena, what do you think? What are the next areas? So since we already established fiscal management framework and there is ongoing efforts in this field, what do you think, what are the next areas that we should focus on in terms of improving and strengthening the environment to sustainably expand the PPP pipeline? Thank you.
Much, Lena. Okay, it works now, very well. So thank you very much for the question. I would like to start with the fact that, first of all, thank you for giving us for thanking us for our support, but I would like to also add that this is not only the World Bank, it is also IMF and ADB through their ongoing technical assistance or lending operation that also have contributed significantly to the development of this framework, continue to contribute to strengthening the framework through capacity building, instituting policies that would help manage the fiscal liabilities and potential risks. Just to kind of finish off on this topic before I go to respond to your question, I also want to mention that identification and acknowledgement of fiscal risk is already the first step to actively manage them. And managing them is not only the job of Zuhriddin's office and his colleagues, it is effectively the job of everybody, of the public partner, PPP department, Ministry of Economy Finance, including fiscal risk department. But again, we are already on the way there. Identification is the first step to management. Now, respond to your questions in terms of what else needs to be done. I would like to make a point here that changing the framework, although it's working well, you've already closed so many projects. Of course, there are improvements. There always can be improvements. The sky is the limit, so we can always change something or improve. Like Mr. Zuhriddin also said, that even Decree 558, which establishes the framework, they're already collecting ideas of how to improve it next year. Same also with the framework. But it is not only the PPP framework that needs to be changed. To really attain this goal, to sustainably expand PPP portfolio, there needs to be changes in other sectors. Because projects happen in sectors, water sector, or whether it's transport sector, roads or airports, or whether it's energy in distribution or in transmission. They were saying they would like to find opportunities in transmission, in generation. There needs to be, sector needs to be sustainable. The tariffs need to be on recovery level. SOEs, if they are being restructured to become creditworthy, to become more efficient in managing their finances, all this is already happening. So we need to finish the reforms. We need to finish the reforms. We need to be very clear in terms of transparent policies for the future program, not only projects, because we cannot pick a project here and there. We need to go with a programmatic mindset. And to have a programmatic mindset, there needs to be this fiscal sustainability of sectors, governance, and efficiency in managing the sectors. Then we can talk about PPPs, how to do PPPs in these sectors. Another important point, I think, is we started talking about frameworks and institutions. I think here, the biggest point is that Mr. Abdulkadir here has a huge task of expanding the portfolio, right? Of bringing in additional investments. But is the unit ready to handle such requests? Are they equipped with sufficient resources to be able to manage these projects, to be able to prepare these projects? So we have to ask ourselves, what help Abdulkadir needs to be able to do this? And this is, I think, where we have to start. And all of us here should think about that, what support we could provide, either it's technical assistance or advisory support or a lending operation. I think that would be also one area to how it can be further strengthened. We started talking about fiscal framework and PPPs, how it's important. Mr. Abdulkadir mentioned that it's important these projects are value for money, they are bankable, they are justified, they show that they have PPP, as they show characteristics to be PPPs, because not every investment project is a PPP project. That should be the first filtration. Once the structure is set up and we know what the project is, then we can discuss whether this structure is affordable, whether the liabilities, what are these liabilities? Is it too risky? So there also needs to be, the decree is quite new, the fiscal risk decree. There needs to be also some way of managing this process, so whereby information flow is clear, the documents are shared, and everybody is making decision based on clear guidelines and criteria. There is not so much duplication. So that perhaps also calls for creating some IT systems or some managing the information, managing information flow, decision flow. Okay. Then I'm not going to say something new. A lot of people already mentioned that before me about the capacity. You can always hire a transaction advisor, and there are plenty of resources here. Today you're going to sign the PDF. UPDF. You have also IBL from the World Bank. You have GIF here. So there are plenty of resources how you could source the transaction advisors who will help you structure the best contract, negotiate the best commercial deals, but then they cannot manage the contract. So there also needs to be capacity to manage the contract, systems, how would you do it, IT or platforms or some form of continuously manage it and create capability in the contracting authorities so they are equally vested and they understand what's in the contract, understand the liabilities, understand what their rights are, not only obligations but also rights. And perhaps with that perspective, we could also review the PPP law and see if there could be some changes based on that. What are the rights of the public partner? Even though we are talking about really attracting investors, financiers, and we want to make sure they are safeguarded and they're protected, but public partners also needs to have some level of protection in PPPs. And maybe I would just want to also finish my my speech here with the fact that there is also a key man risk. And what I mean by that is that we need to manage very well the changes in the decision makers, changes in the key. When it comes to key projects or flagship projects, maybe there is a way to create either a committee or some form of a sounding board that we know these projects will be continued, they will reach the commercial close and hopefully financial close afterwards. They will not be affected by the continuous institutional reform which are being implemented. I'm not saying they're bad, but they impact sometimes maybe negatively on the projects. So I think there is a lot ahead. But investing in system, in people, will be the key to really achieve this goal. That's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elena, for this comprehensive response to the question. Yeah, and you know, we're gathering feedback from different stakeholders at this roundtable, and we heard the feedback from IFIs as transaction advisors, from ADBs as partners, from government side. We're also hearing feedbacks, and we are pulling this list of all the constraints that need to be considered to strengthen further to work on. So I would like to move further to Mr. Nail. And actually, even he's representing here the law firm who is engaging with different stakeholders and who is aware about the constraints in the regulatory from different perspectives, including from the lender side as well. But Mr. Nail, if you would allow me, I would like to go beyond the question asking you about just constraints. Since you're the member of the Working Committee on PPP regulation, it would be interesting to know how the government is addressing these constraints, how the government is responsive to this feedback that are being obtained from different stakeholders. So your insights on this will be quite valuable. And if you can share some insights on what are the key current undertaking of the government in order to solve the current issues, that would be much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for inviting me to this panel. I'll try to be brief, as brief as a lawyer can be. I think it's a good question, and but I wanted to first point out one thing. I think that we need to acknowledge not only the need to address those constraints and difficulties, but actually to acknowledge the willingness of the government to hear up, to hear the IFIs, the sponsors, those partners, the private partners that are participating in these projects, and in general the community. I think that's a very good sign, and this roundtable is actually a good evidence of the government taking this seriously, which, as I said, which sounds very promising and shows a good attitude. So that's a good thing. Talking about changes or constraints and the need for the changes in regulation, I think I need to point out two things. I think that's important. Firstly, we need to be very careful in our willingness to change the regulations. And a lot of speakers talked today about the pricing of the projects, and one of the concerns or direct correlation between the price of the project is the actual stability of the regulating framework. So we need to, particularly us as lawyers, need to be very cautious in proposing those changes in a manner that can be controlled and at least stay stable for a certain period of time, so that allows the market to get used to those regulatory rules and price them at least and work on them and then propose it. So Abdulkader again mentioned at the beginning that there was a law adopted in 19, a change was proposed and adopted in 21. Now we are in 24. And so one thing that the government needs to answer itself, the question whether how frequently it can afford to change the things and whether these changes are important or not. And I just give a very brief outline of what I believe are the kind of groups of changes that the government needs to consider, and we are discussing them. The first is the most important, I would say, is that these key bankability issues that are repeating from project to project, and the government is forced to deal with them, like the issue of Cabinet of Ministers endorsement for any amendments, changes or termination to the PPP agreement. It's being handled differently in different projects, and we see, and I think the colleagues can confirm how painful this exercise can be. So that's one of the key points that the government needs to consider as the key bankability issue. The change in law or coverage or protection, that's I'm talking about specifically about tax, customs coverage, whether these type of changes shall or shall not be covered under the change in law protection. And again, there are different approaches to that in projects we see. Another kind of important group of changes I think that need to be dealt with is related to the land. We talk about PPPs, and most of the PPPs that we are now being presented by are infrastructure projects where you cannot really do anything without land. And there are certain issues with the land, particularly who can be a land leaser, generally allocation of land depending on the project. We talked about toll roads today. It's an issue that needs to be dealt with. But more importantly, I think something that the government really need to work careful on is to preserve the land when it is identified, when you are in the process of preparing the project. The land somehow need to be preserved so that by the time you're ready to go into the market with the project, you don't have an issue with the land. And last, I'm aware of the time, and last thing I wanted to mention is those changes that resulted from administrative reform we had, those changes that resulted from the changes from other laws, some basic hygiene that we need to clean up the issues so that the lawyers do not need to raise this issue with a lot of qualification explanations why it is set one way in one law and set something differently set in another law. Like, I don't know, we have this PPP department. So PPP agency used to be named as the state regulatory authority, and that's still the case in the law. But now, due to the administrative reform, this agency become a department, and then you actually need to clean up those things and correct them in the law just for the basic hygiene purposes. So that's the summary of what I think is ahead of us and what the government together with advisors need to deal with in strengthening the regulatory framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nail, for summarizing the key categories of legal questions that need to be considered by the government. Thank you for that. And I would like to move to the next speaker. I think most of you know him, Mr. Nadir. So you are now as a co-founder of InfraAsia, who are actually representing the interests of the private sector. But prior to joining the InfraAsia, founding this InfraAsia company, you were serving as a deputy director for PPP agency, and you were responsible for establishing the PPP regulations. So you are aware about the challenges and constraints from both perspectives, and you are aware about that the interests of the public and private sector, they're competing. So, but for government to ensure the contribution of PPP into the development, it's necessary to achieve the optimal risk allocation, value for money. So what do you think? How is it possible from the regulatory and legal perspective to ensure the balance of this risk in order to sustainably develop the PPP pipeline to deliver the projects in accelerated mode?
Thank you very much, Elina. Thanks for having me. As you have rightly pointed out, I have been on both sides. I have represented the government, and I have worked with actually everybody on this panel on one aspect or another. And now I represent the private side as an advisor to mainly private sponsors, but also we do some work for governments as well. So quite a lot have been said before about what the PPP framework has achieved so far, what challenges there regarding the fiscal exposure, regarding the regulatory and legal framework, the changes in law, and those type of things as well. One thing that we have to be, I mean, I wouldn't want to kind of slack off my past as well, everything that have been done before. One thing that we have to acknowledge is the success of PPPs in general in Uzbekistan. One thing is for sure is that PPPs, we are still at the beginning of the road. It's been only 5 years. Most of our projects have not even reached the COD yet. It is it's still going through the test of markets, test of time, whether we can financially close the projects. And financial closure, although it is being hailed as the major success and the main milestone, is not what these projects are about. These projects are about providing good service to people. So the real journey starts after the financial close. It's when we
construct, when we deliver, and when we manage the project. So here, Yelena has rightly pointed out that the capacity issue is very, very important, because the projects don't just stop at the financial or commercial close. The projects will start, it is just the start of the journey, and people should know how to manage those projects. Now, we have heard about the hiring the advisory firms, the professionals, things. One thing is that it is a very good strategy, so the government is rightly implementing different programs with the help of IFIs, the PPP agency back then, and which became department afterwards, had a support from very good professional advisory team that was helping out PPP to establish it, to form the legal and regulatory framework, and who continues to help as well, although Saiduddin, our great friend, our great mentor, has decided to depart, regrettably, the department. However, the whole thing goes on. It's a good strategy, it's correct strategy. However, advisors come and go. The government needs to build up the capacity internally in order to be able to continue this way. So it should be a combination of both. So we've been very grateful to Yelena for providing training and support, and all of the IFIs for that matter, that were providing training and support to the members of the government. However, I also feel that being on the private side, I feel the duty of care of the advisors to private side as well. Now, when we as an advisors advising the sponsors, we are the ones who are telling them what's the best structure to choose, what's the best framework to go for, and what is the best way to realize these projects. When we are giving this advice, we have to always keep in mind that we are here in the long-term marriage, right? So the projects are at least 15, 20, 25, up to 49 years. So the investors, the sponsors, are here for a long term. So when we are advising these projects to investors, we have to keep in mind the fiscal exposure. We have to keep in mind the regulatory framework. We have to keep in mind the capacity issue of the government as well, and advise accordingly too. So this is one of the biggest challenges that I am facing, being on the other side of the fence at the moment. On top of that, with Naileka, we have been passionately debating in the past about different aspects of changes in law, changes in regulation. Now, PPP is not static. It moves on. So changes in regulatory framework and changes in legislation also needs to be adapting to time, to new forms of technologies, new forms of PPP structures themselves, and it's impossible to cover everything in one law. So one thing that the government, together with the legal advisors like Naileka Hassanov, and maybe commercial advisors like ourselves as well, the way to approach it is to have a systematic methodology that would not allow, that not necessitate constant changes in law or constant changes in regulations, but where the methodological framework itself could be updated, and that would be a guidance for the projects in future. This, I believe, would resolve quite a lot of issues that the sponsors or banks are raising. And finally, one thing also I have to add here is that PPP is supposed to be a mechanism where the risk is shared between private and public partners. So, in theory, when we look at it, PPP projects should be less risky for sponsors than it would have been if they have embarked it on the 100% private basis. Now, one thing that I have noticed, even when I was in the agency and then moved to private sector, is that investors tend to demand either the same IRR when they're going on the PPP project compared to the private ones, or even asking for higher IRR at some cases, as they see the government side as not reliable. They see that they're taking some risks and things like that. Now, this is something that I ordinarily disagree when it comes to structuring the projects. I believe that if it's less risky, then the premium should be less as well. And this is something that we as an advisors have to tell the sponsors. Now, sponsors don't know the intricacies of the local regulatory frameworks or even the appetites of public partner. We as an advisors have duty of care to explain sponsors on how to best structure the projects and how to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nadir. Yeah, it was interesting perspective, and especially when you were mentioning about the duty care of transaction advisors and their role in the sustainable PPP projects development and ensuring their optimal risk allocation as well. Thank you very much for this contribution. And we're moving to Nate. So you also experienced transaction advisory firm in Uzbekistan and globally, and you have experience in advising most stakeholders in Uzbekistan as well. So my question to you would be, could you please share the insights on the specific, maybe sector-based constraints in order for the government to take into consideration for their expansion of the PPP program sector wisely and investment value wisely? Please, the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. Excellent questions. And I would possibly end up re-emphasizing some of the points which were discussed earlier during the day as well as part of this panel. And these are based on our experiences that we are looking at as part of different projects, either working on the government side or on the private sector side. First point that I would want to highlight is institutional continuity. We talked about capacity building. We talked about some of the excellent work that we have seen across some of the initial sectors that have happened within Uzbekistan. We have heard that, and again, we will confirm that this is a country where the PPP program has moved at one of the fastest pace globally. Lot of good work has been done. What is now needed is institutional continuity within institutions and across institutions. So we talked about change of personnel within institutions. So there needs to be knowledge transfer, there needs to be capacity transfer and capacity building for the newer entrants. And then we just talked about new sectors, new institutions which would pick up the PPP mantle going forward. Over there as well, there is a need for seeding of PPP experiences which have been inbuilt in some of the other sectors, some of the other departments or institutions. This institutional continuity, the knowledge base which has been created over the last 5 years, that's extremely necessary to make sure that the pace of PPP development continues and grows as we move ahead. So that's first element that I would focus on. The second one is development of local capacity. And this is more from a private sector perspective, where some of the projects, especially in social infrastructure, in other infrastructure sectors, where the international involvement or international participation would be there, but to a certain extent only. You need local capacity, you need local contractors, you need local developers, and again, there could be institutional support which could be provided through policy frameworks, through appropriate incentives, such that these local participants are actively involved in PPP projects going forward. We see this as a challenge in some of our projects where, and including tendered projects, where the participation is limited if the projects are relatively smaller. So that's where it becomes imperative that local capacity, local participation increases. Third, but not the least, we have talked about a programmatic approach towards overall fiscal liability, contingent liabilities. That is important. The monitoring and realization of that is important. But at the same time, there could be optimization of these of contingent liabilities. Optimization of the liabilities can be done upfront as well, as part of project structuring, as part of project conceptualization. And this is where, going forward, especially for some of the social infrastructure, some of the sectors which are upcoming, an optimization of fiscal liability, contingent liability becomes critical, and that is something which could be further focused on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aknit. Yeah, so considering that we are running out of time, and as we conclude our legal and regulatory session, I would like to distill the discussion into key ways before I will give the floor for the concluding remarks to Mr. Abdulkadir Yakubov. So Uzbekistan is advancing its PPP program strikes a balance between developing a robust framework and maintaining deal momentum. The regulatory environment evolves alongside transaction, addressing urgent investment needs. The fiscal management framework was implemented to ensure long-term sustainability, but the continued efforts should be undertaken in that area. For the sustainable program inspection, the government should broaden its efforts to cover the entire project life cycle, focusing on sound project prioritization, preparation, and effective contract management. Also, capacity building is one of the main components for the expansion of the PPP program. And notably, the government's responsiveness to stakeholder feedback and the evolving regulatory framework showcases its commitment to enhancing the PPP environment. Thank you very much. And Mr. Abdulkadir, please concluding remark.
Thank you. I would like one more time to thank all the participants. We have a long journey, and number is high, I can say. $30 billion is a high number. In order to achieve that number, we need to have contribution from all the counterparts. Not counterparts, let's say partners, from IFIs, from stakeholders, private stakeholders, and from the line ministries as well. I'm not working. Sorry. So, as appointed director of public-private partnership, I can say the department has enough capacity to support and to coordinate with all line ministries, with the stakeholders as well as IFIs, in order to enhance the PPP sector in Uzbekistan. But at the same time, for achieving the $30 billion, we need to create capacity, and it will be humble request the humble request, and the line ministries need to also to create some capacity building, where the projects can be identified from the perspective of bankability, from the perspective of viability, and from the perspective of, let's say, value for money, value for people. We need to have more concepts. We need to have more, value for money projects. But for that, we need to have more people in the line ministries, as well as, let's say, regional governors like hakimiyats, to understand how the public-private partnership can give the solution for the social infrastructure or the economic infrastructure issues, like drinking water, like utilities, like energy, like other social sectors, public education, healthcare. As a regulatory authorized body of the government, we are researching on multiple, let's say, modalities of public-private partnership for each and every sector. Like transport, we have like toll roads, but we need to create, we need to have non-toll road, let's say, regional roads. We need to, how can I say, research how we can identify and implement overseas experience to Uzbekistan, like performance-based, like hybrid annuity model. The same time for healthcare, for example, PFI model, integrated model, this kind of. But the line, I mean, the public partners also, I think, have to have this capacity to create this kind of value for money projects, and in order, I mean, we can make it value for money when there is a fair contribution from all the counterparts and when there is fair risk-sharing management. So, as I said, one more time, I would like to express my sincere gratefulness to all of you and to all the participants who are watching us online. And also, at the same time, I would like to request your support more and to, how can I say, for us to create more opportunities to achieve the $30 billion up to 2030. Thank you one more time.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you very much. I would now request Mr. Babur Khodjayev, Deputy Minister of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan, to kindly deliver his closing remarks.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for your participation and your interest. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to IFC team for organizing this event, and also to our PPP department staff who organized this roundtable. We heard experience from our private partners. You also heard our public partners and their plans on the future projects. Well, referring back to my presentation in the morning, wedding party is over and real life starts now, and I hope that it will be a happy marriage. So what we're gonna do next is we want to have a series of discussions of 2030 pipeline with our IFI partners and with our prospective investors to see which projects can be prepared with the technical advisory assistance from our financial institutions, and which projects can be prepared on as a private initiative to make sure that the 30 billion target will be made by 2030. Once again, thank you, everyone. I will be still around. If anyone has any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for wonderfully summarizing the interactions during the day. I would now request Mr. Neil McCain, IFC Country Manager for Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, to kindly deliver his closing remarks.
So thank you for the opportunity to say a few closing remarks. I've been paying attention all day, but I promise to be brief as well. So let me first of all thank our partners in this important discussion, in particular Mr. Gulyamov, Advisor to the President of Uzbekistan, Deputy Prime Minister Khodjayev, to the panelists, private sector participants, international financial institutions, presenters from the line ministries and the government of Uzbekistan, and all participants from these stakeholder groups, transaction advisors, technical and legal consultants who contributed to our lively discussion today. I'd also like to thank the IFC team and the team from the PPP project department in the ministry as well, who've worked so hard to put this event together. I think we're extremely lucky to come to an event, and I may have said this to some of you in the room as we were in the coffee breaks and at lunchtime. It's really a privilege to be in a room where you're discussing issues, and the people in the room are the ones who are going to solve those issues. The people in the room are the ones that have learnt the lessons, who are going to look to the future and develop a strategy to resolve all of those issues as we broaden and deepen our experience in PPPs. We move into new sectors. We deepen our work in existing sectors as well. We're the ones who are going to do it. So I think that's an extremely privileged position to be in. So thank you very much for that. I thought John from Aqua said it very well when he said we need to build stability and certainty. This builds confidence and it builds competence, and it de-risks at the project and sector levels, making Uzbekistan more attractive. And I thought that really encapsulated the discussion and where we want to go from here. Very grateful to him for that. So let me conclude by emphasizing that Uzbekistan has the potential to develop new PPP projects to meet the Strategy 2030 goal and the $30 billion target. IFC stands ready in assisting the government to implement PPP projects to mobilize capital flow and develop the country's infrastructure. So let's keep up the impressive momentum we've developed over the last 5 years, and thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neil. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the last session. Now we have another event which involves signing of agreements between the government and IFIs and private sector partners.
Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, barchangizni yana bir bora bugungi tadbirda ko'rib turganimizdan mamnun ekanligimizni bildiramiz. Davra suhbatimizning hayajonli daqiqalariga yetib keldik. Ijozatingiz bilan mamlakatimiz iqtisodiyoti rivoji uchun xizmat qiladigan muhim hujjatlarni imzolash marosimini boshlaymiz. Kun davomida biz hukumatning 30 milliard dollarlik xususiy kapitalni jalb qilish bo'yicha qarashlari haqida eshitdik va Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi bu maqsadga erishishda hukumatni qo'llab-quvvatlashni intiqlik bilan kutmoqda. Transport vazirligi, suv xo'jaligi vazirligi va O'zsuv ta'minot aksiyadorlik jamiyati yaqin 5-7 yil davomida amalga oshiriladigan loyihalar portfelini ishlab chiqdi va bugun biz ularning har biri bilan investitsiya portfelini ko'rib chiqish va davlat-xususiy sheriklik doirasida ishlab chiqilishi mumkin bo'lgan loyihalarni aniqlashda ko'maklashish bo'yicha shartnomalar imzolamoqchimiz. Shuningdek, Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi xususiy sektor hamkorlarini aniqlashda ushbu agentliklarga maslahat yordamini taqdim etadi.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the last session. Now, during the day, we have been hearing about the government's vision to mobilize $30 billion. And IFC looks forward to support the government in this particular initiative. So accordingly, as we saw the presentations by the ministries, Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Water Resources, and Joint Stock Company Uzbekistan may not have identified a pipeline of projects that they want to develop over the next 6 years. And IFC would help them in screening these opportunities, screening this investment pipeline of theirs, to identify the projects which can be developed under a PPP framework. So today we would be signing agreements with each of these three entities to provide them support in screening their investment pipeline and further supporting them in providing transaction advisory support for PPP projects.
Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi maslahat ko'magi suv xo'jaligi sohasida yangi davlat-xususiy sheriklik loyihalarini amalga oshirish bo'yicha maslahat xizmatini ko'rsatish bitimini imzolash uchun sahnaga O'zbekiston Respublikasi iqtisodiyot va moliya vaziri o'rinbosari Bobur Xo'jayev, suv xo'jaligi vazirligi davlat-xususiy sheriklik va outsourcingni rivojlantirish boshqarmasi boshlig'i Anvar Duvlonov, Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasining Turkiya va Markaziy Osiyo bo'yicha direktori Webke Shlyomerni taklif etamiz.
So now to sign the first advisory agreement to screen the investment pipeline in the water and irrigation sectors for suitability for PPPs, we invite to the stage the Deputy Minister of Economy and Finance, Mr. Babu Hojayev, Head of PPP Development Department, Ministry of Water Resources, Mr. Anwar Delvanov, and Vipke IFC Director for Turkey and Central Asia.
Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi maslahat ko'magida transport sohasida yangi davlat-xususiy sheriklik loyihalarini amalga oshirish bo'yicha maslahat xizmatini ko'rsatish bitimini imzolash uchun sahnaga O'zbekiston Respublikasi iqtisodiyot va moliya vaziri o'rinbosari Bobur Xo'jayev, transport vaziri o'rinbosari Ilhomjon Abdug'afarov, Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasining Turkiya va Markaziy Osiyo bo'yicha direktori Webke Shlyomerni taklif etamiz.
To sign the advisory agreement with Ministry of Transport, we would like to invite Mr. Babu Hojayev, Vipke and Deputy Minister of Transport, Mr. Ilamjon Abdugarov. Thank you.
Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasi maslahat ko'magida ichimlik suvi ta'minoti va oqova tozalash inshootlari sohalarida yangi davlat-xususiy sheriklik loyihalarini amalga oshirish bo'yicha maslahat xizmatini ko'rsatish bitimini imzolash uchun sahnaga O'zbekiston Respublikasi Iqtisodiyot va moliya vaziri o'rinbosari Bobur Xo'jayev, O'z suv ta'minot aksiyadorlik jamiyati raisi o'rinbosari Jahongir Normuhamedov, Xalqaro moliya korporatsiyasining Turkiya va Markaziy Osiyo bo'yicha direktori Vobkesh Lyomerni taklif etamiz.
Now to sign the agreement with Utsav Terminot, we would request the Deputy Minister for Economy and Finance, Mr. Babur Hojayev, Deputy Chairman of the Board, Mr. Jahangir Nurmukhavit Medov, and Ms. Vipke, IFC Director for Turkey and Central Asia.
Birlashgan Arab Amirligining Metito shirkati bilan Andijon va Farg'ona viloyatlarida 25 ta nasos stansiyasini davlat-xususiy sheriklik shartlari asosida modernizatsiya qilish bo'yicha hadli kelishuvni imzolash uchun sahnaga Suv xo'jaligi vazirligi davlat-xususiy sheriklik va outsourcingni rivojlantirish boshqarmasi boshlig'i Anvar Duvlonov, Metito kompaniyasining biznes bo'limi boshlig'i Adib Aminni taklif etamiz. Marhamat. Fransiyaning Veolia shirkati bilan Toshkent, Navoiy, Qashqadaryo viloyatlari va Qoraqalpog'iston Respublikasida joylashgan nasos stansiyalarini davlat-xususiy sheriklik shartlari asosida modernizatsiya qilish bo'yicha hamkorlik memorandumini imzolash uchun sahnaga kompaniyaning Markaziy va Sharqiy Yevropa bo'yicha katta ijrochi vitse-prezidenti Filip Gitar va Suv xo'jaligi vazirligi davlat-xususiy sheriklik va outsourcingni rivojlantirish boshqarmasi boshlig'i Anvar Duvlonovni taklif etamiz. Marhamat. Tadbirimiz o'z nihoyasiga yetdi. Barchangizga faol ishtirokingiz uchun kattakon rahmat.